do we need 2 minutes? Okay.
A very good morning to you, everybody. Welcome to Autosport International Sunday here at the NEC for 2017. This is the Autosport live stage. My name is Henry Hope Frost, and I'll be interviewing some great names from four wheels and a real treat from two wheels as well. Schedule will be on the screen behind me when I finish talking. On autosport.com, on motorsport.com, or on Motor One. Some great names here on the stage over the course of the day. So find yourself a vantage point, and I'll be talking to some great names, starting with legendary F1 designer Adrian Newey at 10. Well, a very good morning, everybody. Welcome to Autosport International 2017. A good crowd, because we've got Formula One design ace Adrian Newey. We've also got three people with him who are going to be talking about a very, very important junior championship in the Far East. Adrian Newey is very heavily involved in that series. His son Harrison is racing in it. So we'll do about 15 minutes of MRF and then we'll talk about Formula One. So please welcome Adrian Newey, his son Harrison, and from MRF, Aaron Mammon, the MD, and David Lowe, the championship coordinator. Morning, fellas. Adrian, if you could go on that one there. Have a seat, champs. Good morning, everybody. Happy New Year. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Adrian, let me start with you. Explain what MRF is and why you're involved.
Well, MRF is a series of 4 races. First one, Bahrain, on to Dubai, this year, Delhi, and then Chennai, which is kind of like Alton Park in the sun, great little track. It's a winter series, which for the young drivers such as Harrison gives them a lot of experience through the winter. Really good circuits, to say, with the ones I've just mentioned, so a really good training ground.
And it runs from sort of November to February, doesn't it? So it doesn't interrupt any other plans that drivers might have heading into the season.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's been key to the timing, to try and work out a calendar that doesn't get in the way of winter testing for the drivers that are in Formula 4, Formula 3. And at the same time also isn't too much time away, so if they're at school they can continue with their schooling.
Harrison, as a newie, that brings pressures on you, doesn't it?
It does. I mean, it helps in some ways, it doesn't help in other ways.
And he's not allowed to tinker with the car, is he? Because they're all supposed to be the same.
I don't know, you have to ask David that question. I mean, I'd love that, it does help me, but no, I mean, it has its strengths, it has its weaknesses, and obviously I get a lot of people watching me because of the name, but also it helps me hugely in kind of making avenues for me throughout the racing and knowing people. So no, it's a great help to me, really.
What are the cars like? What sort of level are they at, if you had a European comparison?
I'd say they're kind of in between a Formula Renault car, Formula Renault 2 litre, and a FIA Formula 3 car. It's a great thing for me to do over the winter because we have a testing ban. We can't do any racing, we can't drive on the tracks that we race in Europe. So going to tracks like Bahrain, Dubai, Abu Dhabi that we did last year, Delhi this year, they're all, very good tracks that could well end up there in a few years' time racing other cars and other series where, you really need to do well and make a name for yourself. There's, for me, no real comparison in a series over the winter.
And you're on the Bahrain World Endurance Championship support package as well, aren't you? So you are being watched by fairly important people in the game.
Yeah, Bahrain was a great round for me. Won the first round of the series, so that was good. And a lot of people watching, and I think you had a couple of people say to you, saw Harry was racing, and I think there's a lot of people watching, seeing what was happening.
Aaron, good to see you. Welcome to Autosport International, and thank you for supporting the show. Just explain the sort of global reach of MRF.
Yeah, MRF is the largest Indian tire company in India. We have a turnover about $2.5 billion US, and we make a wide range of tires, right from the small scooter tires to big earth mover tires. We also make fighter jet tires too. And also, we are quite active in motorsports. And apart from that, we are quite actively involved in cricket. We have tied up with ICC, International Cricket Council, for the next 4 years for cricket. That's for T20 and Champions Trophy, which is going to be held in UK. I'm sure you would have seen, we started advertising in the EPL, the Premier Football League, and where you would see MRF advertisement. So that's where we are, and so we're quite active in sports and manufacture of tires.
Cricket, that's interesting. Are we going to get Adrian to design a more aerodynamic cricket bat?
Why not?
You never know, yeah. And you're at this show, of course, to increase your presence in Europe as well.
Yes, there's one way of entering into Europe is through motorsports, and we find that positioning ourselves in some of the local series in the UK and some of the other European markets will definitely help us in making entry into the European market, into the passenger tires. And in India especially, we are as an OE fitment in practically most of the car companies in India, whether it's Toyota, Honda, Hyundai, quite a few other brands in the country. So hopefully we try and make a breakthrough into the European market also.
David, you're championship coordinator. What is the appeal for young drivers to come over and race with you guys?
Well, I think Harrison's just said it. The appeal is actually a winter championship. They finish all their own championships in October, and the other championships don't start until March. So it's integrated into into the winter, where they can come over from European Formula 3, the FIA series, and actually just keep themselves fit and race ready. Whereas we have Formula 4 drivers who are aspiring to go to the F3. It's a car that is on a level playing field with those, so they can actually get experience of better downforce and a bit of a quicker engine as well.
And there's some good names, aren't there, on the books? Newey, you've got Mick Schumacher, haven't you, Michael's lad?
Yeah, I spent a lot of work travelling around all the championships, getting these guys. I first hunted down Harrison a couple of years ago in the BRDC F4, and he came over and thoroughly enjoyed it. So yes, we have got Mick Schumacher, we've got Joey Mawson. I have a few other guys, Ralph Aaron, Yuri Vips, and various other people from the FIA Formula 3. So yeah, it's a good crowd.
Let's talk about the regulations. I know the cars are absolutely identical, and that's a crucial part of it, isn't it? So that talent shines.
That's one of the things that we put forward at MRF. MRF really want to show the talent of the drivers, not actually just sort of. We all work together with the engineers and everything. We all work as a team, not just as individual drivers, but as a complete 18 cars on the grid. So all cars are set up exactly the same. I'd make sure of that. And they all go out exactly the same in the first free practice. And then from the first free practice, 5 laps in, the engineers and drivers talk together and then move forward to the rest of the weekend.
Adrian, is it on a technical sound footing, the championship?
Yeah, I think, as David says, the cars are all very equal. They're good cars to drive. Certainly Harrison enjoys driving them. And I think the performance level of the cars is good. It's a Formula 4 driver can step in and feel confident with one straight away, but equally it challenges a Formula 3 driver. So I think the MRF boys have done a fantastic job, actually. Tyres are very consistent, so there's no problems there. Little bit of degradation, which I think is good because that's what they'll have as they go up in the formulas. No, we're really well-rounded championship and lots of track time, and as I mentioned earlier, great tracks that they perform at.
Are the cars kept centrally, or are they run by individual teams?
No, they're kept centrally. There's MRF employ race engineers from Europe to come out and run the individual cars, so you have one engineer running 2 cars. Mixture of Indian mechanics and European mechanics to make sure the preparation is spot on. So it's kind of all one big series of garages, but then broken down, if you like, into groups of 2 by the fact that you've only got one engineer for 2 cars. But that seems to work very well. I think there's the usual thing, or not sorry, the usual thing, but a thing that quite often happens where the data from the fastest car in a given practice qualifying or race session is then shown to the competitors so that they can see where they're lacking and where they can try to improve.
So it's fully transparent then?
Fully transparent relative to the quickest guy, which I think is very useful actually, because it then means the less experienced drivers can look at where they need to find time, what to work on.
So really the only thing you can do is wing adjustment, tyre pressures, that sort of thing? Because everything else is effectively sealed. No,
it's a bit more than that, which I think again is correct. So springs, I think damper settings, ride heights, wings, tyre pressures, cambers, toes, all the usual setup variables are adjustable. And so then it's up to the driver to work with his engineer to develop the car. And I think that's great training, because that's how it's going to be as you move up the formulas.
I bet you'd love to take one home, wouldn't you? And start again.
No,
I think people would notice if Harrison was 5 seconds a lap quicker.
No, he'll have to work on that on his own.
Harrison, aspirations for you going forward?
For me, I mean, I'm just focusing on the last 2 rounds of the championship. Currently sitting second in the championship. I think I'm 28 points behind the lead. Going out to Delhi at the end of the month, trying to close that gap and hopefully leave as the championship leader. That'd be nice. Yeah, and then next year doing FIA Formula 3 again next year, which this has been very good preparation for. So yeah, I think try and get podiums and wins and see how that goes, really.
Who are you doing F3 with?
It's not confirmed, but I'm not really sure yet, but I think probably Van Amersfoort again next year.
Okay, Fritz knows what he's doing, doesn't he?
Fritz definitely knows what he's doing.
Aaron, finally, what are your aspirations for the championship? Can you grow the calendar? Can you increase the appeal globally of the series and take in other countries?
Yes, currently we're looking at, as David had mentioned, we're positioning ourselves as a winter series, and we're really looking at the Middle East, India, and also into the Far East. Probably maybe in a year or two, we will look at how we can move it into the European market. But that will take some time. We're not looking at it the next 2 years. Probably, maybe after a few more years, we can look at bringing it to this part of the world.
David, we've got a slide, haven't we? I think it's the calendar, isn't it?
Yep, as Harrison's saying, we're just doing the last 2 rounds this year because we normally split the 16-17. So we're off to Delhi and Chennai shortly. But the slide above us shows the 17-18 calendar, which, again, we're at Bahrain with the World Endurance Championship. Then moving on to Dubai just before, or first week in Christmas, or December, I should say. And then on to New Delhi, where we're going to next this year, and then on to Chennai. It's you know, there are areas where we could go to another circuit, but it brings into line that we run out of time to work with the senior categories. So the 4 races, that's how they are for this coming year, 17-18.
Great stuff. We wish you well, guys. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Adrian, stay put. David, Aaron and Harrison, thank you guys indeed. Have a great season. Thank you, guys. Let's switch our focus to Formula One. How's life at Red Bull?
Yeah, no, life's good at Red Bull. I mean, they're a great team. Really enjoy working there. Good spirit. We've obviously had a decent season last year, not where we want to be, but a good step forwards from where we have been the previous year. And we've got this big regulation change over the winter. So what this season will bring is really up for grabs. Nobody knows.
Does a big regulation change get your creative juices really going?
Yeah, I do enjoy regulation changes because the idea is then to try and understand the effect of those regulation changes better than your competitors. Perhaps there's some new opportunities. Perhaps there's things in the rules where what the rules say and what they intend is not the same thing, and you can then, luckily there's no such thing as intention of the regulations, so you only have to go to the letter, and sometimes there's some loopholes that you can find.
What do you think of the proposed changes and what we're going to do with the wider tyres and the change in wing profiles?
I think mixed bag in some ways, or mixed feelings. The extra downforce certainly is a big chunk, and that means that quick corners such as Copse at Silverstone, which will now be flat even in the race. So fast corners are now, some of them are simply bends on the straight rather than fast corners. A bit like Eau Rouge used to be a mighty corner, but now it's really a bend on the straight. The cars will therefore be more physical to drive, which I think is a good thing. Principally, of course, on the neck muscles. So the drivers are going to have to, are all doing a lot of training over the winter to get even bigger necks. But equally, even with the seats, then the drivers have to brace themselves a bit through the quick corners. The braking forces also will be higher. What that does to overtaking, I think, is a little bit of a concern. It means braking distances will be very short. Yes, of course, you can sort it out on DRS, but I don't know what other people's opinion is. To me, DRS it's a solution of getting cars to overtake each other, but it seems a bit, it's not memorable. A DRS overtake is not a memorable event.
Does anybody actually like DRS? One hand. Why? See, it's the majority. It's a bit sort of artificial, isn't it?
As I say, I think it helps because it does mean that you can get changes in the order. But if it gets to the point where it detracts from drivers actually just finding a way past in the old way, I think that's a shame, because the overtakes to say that we remember are the sort of, the really ballsy ones. Mark, for instance, Mark Webber taking Fernando into Eau Rouge a few years ago. Now, that was a shame because it's a very brave and well-executed overtaking move that straight away reversed on the following straight by Fernando then having the DRS.
It's a catch-22 situation, isn't it, for people like you? You can't unlearn what you know about aerodynamics and what forces racing cars to be sucked onto the ground, but it is at the detriment of the racing.
It's, again, a very tricky question, I think. This whole debate of should cars have lots of downforce, possibly to the detriment of racing, or should we take all the wings off and go back to where they used to be? I think certainly if you take too much downforce off, then they will look slow. And if you watch a touring car, again, at the risk of being controversial here, if you watch a touring car going round on its own, it's not very exciting to watch. So the cars do need to be quick because television has the effect of slowing everything down. I think the danger with the rules we have going into this year is initially it'll probably widen the grid simply because you have a big regulation change. Some people read it better than others. They have, the bigger teams obviously have more research capability, so they stand to make a better job of a big change than the smaller teams, but that's not always the case. But the grid is likely to be wider apart. Might mean a bit more open racing, let's say, before people start to converge as everybody homes in on one solution over the years. It certainly means power is even more important because we have so much, or we will have so much grip. Then that means the percentage full throttle per lap goes up. So the amount of time you're actually grip limited as opposed to power limited is less.
The relationship between Red Bull and the Renault-built TAG engine was rocky at various points over the past few years. Seems to be better now. Are you confident that Renault are going to build an engine that will keep up with Mercedes and possibly Ferrari?
I think Renault definitely going in a very good direction at the moment. 2 years ago, we ended up in the position where they made no progress over the winter. If anything, they actually went slightly backwards compared to their first year with the hybrid. But this last year, they made very good progress through the season. Still behind Mercedes and Ferrari, but closing the gap rather than gap widening. They've been working very hard over the winter. So I know their numbers for next year. It's a good step, this year now. It's a good step forwards. Obviously, as always, same as with us, what we don't know is what our rivals have been up to.
Quick word about the drivers. They are performing at an extremely high level. And young Mad Max, with big fat tyres and 5 seconds of extra lap time, it's going to be good, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Max has certainly, I think, been a very exciting newcomer, or not newcomer, second year, strictly speaking, last year. But the way he drove the car was kind of actually looking down at Nigel Mansell's car there. It was slightly, it did remind me rather of Nigel's driving style.
You did that, didn't you?
I was responsible for the design of that car, yes.
That did okay, didn't it?
That didn't do badly. But I think what was dramatic about Nigel was you could always you knew it was him in the car. He had that sort of almost metaphoric elbows out type driving style. And Max is the same, and it's exciting television.
And he doesn't care, does he? He's just, two fingers. I'm getting on with it. If you don't like it, go home.
Yeah, exactly. Again, very reminiscent of Nigel. It's a sort of, I'm not going to be bullied. I'm going to do my thing. And if you don't like it, then that's your problem.
So progress with the new car. Have we gone through the crash test stage at this point?
Yeah, I'm glad to say we've successfully passed our nose crash test, which is, I think, the earliest we've ever managed that. That's usually a bit of a last-minute panic. Build is, obviously, design is more or less complete now, and we're heavily into the manufacturing stage.
The front wing regulations are changing. Does that affect the nose as well?
Yes, it does. I mean, the car it's It's not as big a regulation change and therefore visual change as we had for the 2009 season, but it is still a big change. The cars are wider. They've kind of been through a bit of a styling thing where all the aerodynamic surfaces, the front wing, the side pods are deliberately set rearwards to give the illusion of speed that stylists like. Whether people like that or not, well, I think it probably does look good. Trying to get some of the proportions of cars such as that Williams back into the cars. The narrow track, narrow tyre cars, I think always have looked slightly out of proportion and ungainly, particularly with the high rear wing. So it's trying to reverse that trend, make the cars look good, and as I say, more physical to drive.
We'd like cars to look like that again, wouldn't we? That didn't go very well. You have a big team working with you at Red Bull. Are you still? Does the buck stop with you on the technical front, on the design of the car, or because you've taken a small step back, haven't you, in recent seasons?
Yes, I have. Over the last couple of years, I've been stepping back. We have a great team at Red Bull. Our 4 senior guys: Rob Marshall, Pierre Vacher, Dan Fallows, and Paul Monaghan. They're very able, and so that's allowed me to kind of step back and take a bit more of an overseeing function, which then gives me the time to get involved in other things. And initially that was a bit on the America's Cup with Ben Ains's team. More recently it's been working on a road car with Aston Martin.
Yeah, that's quite a thing, isn't it? When are we going to see that in the flesh?
We hope to have a prototype running towards the end of this year, and then the first production cars will be very early 19.
Good stuff. You're going to be busy, aren't you, as ever? Thank you very much for talking to us. Have a great season. Everybody, please show your appreciation for Adrian Newey. Thanks, Adrian. Good morning, race fans. Welcome to Autosport International, the final day of the world's premier motor racing show here at the NEC. This is the Autosport live stage, and if I'm honest, I'm not sure how the next 20 minutes is going to go. We're talking about the British Touring Car Championship, and I've got three at the moment. The fourth guest is late, so he will be publicly embarrassed when he's sent on late. Please welcome, in some sort of order, I don't know what, Matt Neal, Gordon Shedden, and Andrew Jordan. Morning. Good morning. He's not turned up, has he? Have a seat, fellas. That's mine. Yeah, he was my stand-in on Thursday when I was ill. Cheers, thanks. You might want to put that. Oh, that's better. that's on the Alan McNish setting. Good to see you. Turkington's not here, so we're going to. Simon will send him out late, and then you can berate him. You okay?
Yeah, good.
Yeah. Signing up for your.
I'm better than this one here. He had a bit of a late night last night.
No, I'm actually okay.
I was there for some of it. It was pathetic.
You sound quite coarse, like your voice is kind of going.
Gobble, gobble, gobble. I'm okay. I'll be fine. Let's talk about motor racing quick before I get sacked and you get lots of headlines.
Why do you always keep on going about you getting sacked when we get on stage?
Yeah, because I've worked with you for a long time and somehow I've managed to hold it together. Another good season for you, running up at the front and into the final round in with a shout of a fourth title.
Yeah, I really enjoyed last year. I seemed to get my mojo back. I was enjoying the racing. The car worked well. I felt good in the car. I yinged and yanged with Flash all year. I thought I had the edge on him for a bit of it, well, the first half, anyway. And then the final, the car felt great. I thought I got a shot at it, and it was a component failure. The ECU went down, the Cosworth ECU, and it just shut all the electronics down in the car. And then, that's Ashley got in the back of me, and just only because it was like I'd taken my foot off the throttle, put me into the barrier. So if I hadn't ended up in the barriers, I was out the championship anyway.
I bet Ash was worried that he'd done that on purpose, wasn't he?
He probably was after my reaction at Thruxton earlier in the year.
Yeah. But it was a big hit, wasn't it? Anyone see that on the telly? And Matt just turning left on the exit of Druids. It looked nasty.
It doesn't look too bad on the telly, I don't think, anyway. They played it back to me. But it's we run these G sensors in our earplugs now because they run the radios direct into your ear canal because it's so noisy in the car.
Here's Colin, look.
Come on, for goodness sake.
Nice of you to join us, thank you.
No, you don't. Oh,
he still thinks he's in his Subaru, doesn't he?
Classic.
Sorry, just trying to do a deal there for this year.
Well, in which case you're excused. Welcome, Colin. Carry on, Matt. Sorry about that.
We run these the G so they can. It's for the concussion. And Paul Trafford, who's our touring cars, came just before Christmas and was showing all of these graphs and anything, but
it's not the though, is it? It's the sudden stop.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh no, I'm really excited. Looking forward to
you sharpened, so top, I guess.
Well, people keep on going on. Oh, what, retirement, but I see because I'm involved with the World Touring Cars with the Eurosport side, and I see Gabrielli a lot. I'm friends with Gabrielli Tarquini, and Gabrielli's, what is he, 53 this year or last year? And so as long as Gabrielli's still doing it, and he's still very on the money, very sharp, and I always put my arm around him whenever I see him and go, you keep on going, chap, because as long as you're going and at the front, there's a few more laps left in me.
Absolutely. Flash, it was a sort of, to use that awful cliche, a game of two halves for you last year. You were only about 9th in the points, weren't you, at the midpoint? You must have thought that there was no coming back from there.
Yeah, I had a fairly kind of rough start to the season. I think it was, after Croft, I was 52 points off the lead of the championship, which should theoretically be game over. But second half of the year really worked out. The cards fell in my favour and had some good results. And I guess it goes to show you just got to never give up. And that's the kind of strange thing. Okay, I ended up winning, but I actually didn't lead for any other round of the championship. The only round I led was after the last one, and that goes to show you've only got to be leading at the end.
Yeah. What do you put it down to? I know you had a bit of bad luck, didn't you, in those first 10 races, first 15 races, in fact?
Yeah, everyone's got their tale of woe. Everyone has their problems as the season goes on. It just all seemed it didn't seem to matter what way I turned in the first half of the season. It just didn't quite work for me, and I don't think I drove any better or any worse in the second half of the season. It just, like the 50-50 kind of things that didn't work in the first half of the season just really kind of fell my way in the second half of the season. So, yeah, it kind of all worked out. You know, in June we could have knocked it on the head and said that's enough. Didn't look like I was going to win. It all kind of came good in the end.
AJ, how do you...
Up and down. Won races, won the Independence Championship for the third time, but when you've won the overall championship before, that's what you want to go for. Obviously, you want to win another one. So when you felt what it feels like to stand on the podium at the last round and hold that championship trophy with all those names, anything other than winning that again is a bit of a disappointing year. So we weren't really consistent enough. We didn't necessarily know what we were going to roll out with every weekend in terms of car setup, but won races. We were in contention going to the last round for the championship, although with an outside chance, and had a non-finish which took us straight out of that. But it was up and down. We were up at the sharp end at some point through the season, I was saying, and from a third Independence Championship, I was reasonably happy with that.
You won the championship in 2013 with your family-run Honda Civic. Is it very different when you're back into a kind of a bigger team that's perhaps been doing it a bit longer?
Obviously, going to West Surrey, it's very different in terms of, as you say, how long they've been doing it. When it was a family team, I was very hands-on with it and enjoyed it. Really, really enjoyed it and could paddle your own canoe like that. But with someone like West Surrey, they've been doing it for so long, being up at the sharp end, just like Team Dynamics have. That you look at the stats, how long they've been doing it, and how many years they've been challenged for the championship. They're the two standout teams. So yes, it was great to do it with a family team and do it our way. But having been involved with West Surrey for a few months now and seeing certainly their engineering expertise has really impressed me.
Yeah. We'll talk more about 2017 in a minute. Colin, all new team Subaru, beginning, but it came to a point.
Yeah, never easy bringing a brand new car. The already proven race winner. The seat only went in my car on. We struggled through, and obviously Thruxton really became the low point when we had to withdraw the 4 cars on safety grounds. But once we had some time and a really positive 2-day test down in Pembrey, we got under the skin of the car and just learned what was going to make it tick. And then we come back to Oulton Park, first pole, first win, and from then on, we gathered great momentum. But I think it's probably only championships like the BTCC where that allowed me to do what I done this year. After Thruxton, I had 11 points. So after 9 races, I had 11 points, and outside the top 20 in the championship. But then I come to Oulton Park. I have no weight on the car, whereas maybe some of these guys are carrying 75 kilos. So I myself up the front, win a couple of races, and all of a sudden you're shooting up the pack.
Yeah.
Let's not.
It's around the world. No, let's not do that.
Move on, Henry.
Yes, quick. Next question. 2017, regulation changes, bigger tyres. Can I make the cars quicker? More mechanical grip?
Yeah, I mean, we tested, Colin and I tested, he for rear-wheel drive guys and me for front-wheel drive, the bigger tyre last year with Dunlop. The reason for it is because they keep on adding more weight and more weight and more weight, and suddenly the tyre, which was bulletproof to Dunlop provided for us, has become marginal on some of the circuits. So we were having a few blowouts last year. So they've gone to a bigger, stronger tyre, which gives more grip. Not heaps of more grip, but it does give more grip. And they're also changing the regulations where the option tyre for us was a softer tyre. We had to run in 1 race per weekend. So you're moving up to more grip, which was easy. It's how you exploit it. Now they're moving the option tyre. At half the meetings will be a soft tyre. At half the meetings will be a harder tyre. So you're going to less grip for that 1 race. So that's really going to throw a curveball at, and it's which teams, and you can't test at all the circuits we're going to go to. So it is going to be which teams and drivers can get their head around it the faster.
So will that be predetermined? Which races you go soft and which races you have the harder one?
Yeah, it's already been, because there are certain circuits where it is harder on the tyres anyway. So they've already advised us I don't know where they are, but they've already advised the teams which circuits we've got to run the harder tyre on as the option and which one's the softer one. But don't ask me.
Flash, you're going for title number 4. He's going for title number 4 as well. Could be good. Although you are quite matey, aren't you?
Well,
Have you ever fallen out? Oh yeah.
I can imagine when.
Oh, Alton Park, yeah.
We've had our moments.
Yeah, Lodge.
And you know,
Classic.
It's great. Well,
Keep going, Henry. Keep going.
My favourite bit of
You
that.
just fired him off, didn't you? For absolutely no reason.
My favourite bit of that
Look at them all on YouTube now.
was from the outside shot. You can hear Matt in the car swearing quite a bit. That's how loud you must have been swearing in the car.
No. I was swearing before I even got to him.
Was it one of those? As soon as you went for the break, you know, it was.
No, he just annoyed me.
Really.
Oh, that's brilliant. What was my original question? Oh yeah, 4
Gobble,
championships.
gobble, gobble.
Yeah, gobble. Don't stop it. Who's going to win the 4th championship first?
Well, I told him I was last year, but he didn't listen to that. And then he was so far behind on points at mid-season, I said, right, it's now time for team orders. That didn't go down really well, did it? So we didn't listen to that
no wonder
one
you
either.
sped up, Flash. Yeah.
No, I've told him.
So, any other changes to the car? And when are you going to? Have you been out in the 2017 Spec Civic?
No, not yet. I mean, there's no point in testing out. It's so cold. It's not of any use. But I think we'll run last week in February down in Spain, which should be quite good. But actually, you know, this is going to be the first time in about 7 years where we're actually starting with essentially the same car as the year before. So obviously last year we brought in the new engine for Type, for the car. Year before Type R with the Tourer a couple of years ago. So we've always been bringing a new car to the championship, and we've always started on the back foot. But for this year, we actually now have a winter of kind of, you know, tweaking. I wouldn't say redeveloping the car because that's wrong, but it's just making it hopefully a little tiny bit better in quite a few different areas.
The championship is still mega, isn't it? 30 races, 3 per weekend, reversed grids, tyre choice, and it comes down to the 30th and final race of the final weekend. 5 guys in with a shout at the championship. You 4 plus.
It was actually 8.
8.
But
Was it?
8 mathematically could do it, but 5 probably realistically.
Yeah.
It's great for you lot watching.
It's great. It is. It's
stressful
great.
as hell for us.
Yeah.
But it's great entertainment, you know, and that's the thing. Nobody knows which way the championship's going to turn next, and we all look at at Formula One as the pinnacle of motorsport. But can you imagine if the Formula One World Championship went down to the last race of the season with 8 people in with a chance of winning it? It would be fantastic. But obviously, it just doesn't work out like that.
Can you imagine if Grand Prix drivers drove like you lot? It'd just be epic, wouldn't it? Don't calm down.
what are you trying to
It was
say?
a compliment. AJ, rear-wheel drive this year.
Be fun, wouldn't it?
That's good, isn't it? That's
I think so.
proper cars are rear-wheel drive, aren't they?
It'll be like front wheel drive when he's going backwards at turn 1 at Brands.
We were talking, me and Gordon were talking yesterday, and we were saying, it's a car at the end of the day, driving it. I said probably the hardest bit will be remembering not to, when you've just been tapped, probably by him, not to bury the throttle to pull you straight. So we were having a bit of a laugh up there yesterday about that. But I've had a few tests in it and went really well with the car and rear-wheel drive. Really enjoyed driving it.
Matt Jackson said he's going to get you anyway, so
I'm sure he will,
We've
yeah.
got it.
If he can catch me, I'm sure he will.
Only if he's had 3 shredded wheat. Yeah.
Maybe 4.
See what I did there? Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to the challenge. West Surrey have got huge experience with rear-wheel drive. Really, really enjoyed driving it and kind of getting my head around a different technique. But at the end of the day, I've driven other rear-wheel drive things, normally just with a little bit less grip than a touring car. But I'm up for the fight and looking forward to it.
Good stuff. Colin, you're not in a Subaru this year, are you? Bit of a bombshell on Autosport.com the other day.
Yeah, unfortunately, my time in the Subaru and with BMR has come to an end. It's not what I thought was going to happen, but motorsport is such a changing environment in these days. You see that more and more. There's every season now there's a lot of change and musical chairs. So unfortunately I'm not in the Subaru, but that hopefully opens up an opportunity for me somewhere else. So it's going to be the 4th different car in 4 years. So
that's almost as bad as Andy.
Say you're going for my record.
Isn't there a spare West Surrey BMW?
among other things.
Very good.
To be fair, Colin, I reckon that Proton has got your name on it. I think that's the car that you need to get in.
Yeah, well, you know, I'll see what I can make happen over.
I reckon the doctor's car would suit him.
Yeah, safety car.
Actually, you ought to go and race an old Snotter, because then you'll really look good when you drag it up the front.
What? Sorry, Snotter.
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 Yeah.
What brand of car is that? Where's that?
No, it's
from?
just a generic term for something not very good. Yeah.
Yeah. No, we'll see. You know, obviously, I'm hunting to get myself in the best car possible. You know, that gives me a good crack at winning again. So you know, see how it plays out over the next few weeks.
Actually, being serious for a second, there aren't that many good cars left, are there?
No, my options are limited. In all honesty, there's probably only 3 cars left on the
There's
grid.
BMW, BMW.
No more to
so
say.
what are you then, Carl?
I have no more to say.
Classic. Finally, a question from each of you to someone else. What would you?
Where
what would
are you
really
driving
like-
this year, Colin?
What would you like to? Would you really like to ask each other?
I think, yeah, Colin. But I think we all want to know just how you're going to get on without Jason setting the car up for you. Now, are you going to be okay?
That's why I've had so many sleepless nights, Gordon. Yeah, that's why I look so tired. Yeah, it's career over.
Why are they being horrid to you?
Because he's hiding something, isn't he? Come on.
He's just too nice, isn't he? He's
Yeah, he
lovely,
is.
isn't he? You've
Yeah.
got to give him a bit of a rub on the top of the head.
Yeah. Would you like to ask any of them a question?
I'll ask Colin.
Oh, what? I know.
I'll ask Colin. Come on.
Well, we have another appointment at 11:30, so
Pick on Turk's Day today.
Why don't you ask AJ how old he was when you started in the BTCC?
No.
Well, as soon as you've just asked that, what year did you start in the BTCC?
1901.
1991.
Yeah.
1991. I was 2.
Brilliant.
Me too when I started.
Classic. Yeah. But listen, you look good on it. You look good on
Now
it.
you still act like a 2-year-old.
I think we're probably done, aren't we? Because, yeah, I'm trying to make a career out of this. So I'd like you to leave now.
How long have you been
Can we
trying
all
for?
Can we all ask Henry a question then?
Please do. Anything you like.
No, I've run out of steam on that one.
I've got Jacques Villeneuve next. How fever is that?
Just ask him if he had a good night last night.
I will. He'd be good in the BTCC, wouldn't he?
We'd love him.
He's younger than you, too.
Yeah, we'd love him.
Yeah. Okay.
Is he younger than me?
Yes,
yeah,
he is.
everyone's younger
Yes,
than me.
by 5 whole years. Thank you very much, boys. Always good fun. Have a great season. May the best man win, basically.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Matt Neal, Gordon Shedden, Andrew Jordan, Colin Turkington. Thank you, fellas. Off you go. Right, yes, stick around because I am talking to a Canadian. Williams' most recent Formula One world champion back in 1997. He started, of course, in 1996 in one of those, Williams Renault FW18. It's going to be a real treat to have him here at Autosport International for the first time. In a few moments, Jacques Villeneuve right here on the stage. Okay, folks, gather round. This is going to be epic. Please welcome to the stage 1997 Formula One World Champion Jacques Villeneuve.
Good to see you. Good to see you.
Great to see you.
It's good to
Really
be
cool,
here. It's
really
great.
cool.
A lot of people,
When you look
a
at
lot of
these,
fans.
yeah, it's good. Formula One is still, it has that sort of appeal, doesn't it? It just draws people in, whatever's going
It's
on.
not just Formula One, it's racing. Yeah. Racing and Formula One is the pinnacle of it. It's that simple. It's where you have the best gladiators. It's where, that's the history of human beings. And F1 represents that.
When you look at these old Williams here, do you just think, wow, I was a part of this? Especially when you see FW18, your first car, or one very like your first car.
Yes, and...
Got the wrong number on that one, hasn't it?
Yeah, no, that was Damon's car. Technology, it's amazing because if you look at all the way to these cars, so the 80s, the early 90s, the changes were enormous, gigantic. But when you look at the mid-90s cars to the modern cars, it's not that different. The evolution, the physical aspect of evolution is not that major. They already look like safe cars.
So you're racing in IndyCar, you win the championship, you win the Indy 500 in a dramatic kind of fight back at the end, and then you're parachuted into one of the most successful Formula One teams in history. Is it like being a chocolate fan and getting the keys to Willy Wonka's factory?
I never saw it like that because I was just young, you could say young and dumb, I guess. I was just happy to race. And I grew up with a father that was in Ferrari. My youth was spent as much at school as it was in the Ferrari garage or truck. So, getting into Williams was not like, oh wow, how lucky, how amazing. And now when I see it, I'm telling myself, I should have probably realized what it meant. But at the time, I was racing. My goal was to get to F1 and to win. And what was the best team was Williams. So I was racing an IndyCar, won the Indy 500, and it just seemed like a natural occurrence. I felt more lucky to make it to F1 than to actually enter in Williams. But having driven there, now being more aware of the history of racing and all the people I worked with when I was at Williams, it was the best opportunity ever. Also to build experience, to learn how to work, because F1 was such a different beast than anything else I'd been into. And even though people tell you don't have a clue. You watch it on TV and it just looks like another race car. Although I remember it looking fast. I was in IndyCar and I knew I was going to F1. I was looking at the races on TV, telling myself, okay, how will I ever be able to drive those cars because they look maddeningly fast.
Yeah, that's great. So you pitch up in Melbourne in March 1996 and you damn well near win your first Grand Prix.
Yeah, you said
so you must have then
near
thought,
win. That's the
this
issue.
is okay. This is easy.
Yes, because I'd come from every year was a step up, climbing through the ranks, and every year the results were better. So it seemed logical. So I had won the Indy 500, won the IndyCar Championship. I get into an F1, and first race I'm on pole and almost win. So I said, okay, well, yeah, the road is easy. But then I think that one race woke Damon up. He realized that he just couldn't sleep and win the championship easily. And for the next few races, I couldn't get near him. And because of that, had to rethink about it all. Had to put some cold water in my face and find ways to get quicker, to become quicker myself. My past experience wasn't enough anymore. And that's what made it fun.
Yeah, he went on a bit of a spree, didn't he? And then it wasn't until the Nürburgring where you finally won.
Yes, and even there, he was quicker than me. I think he had a mishap. But the good thing is that I had Michael in my mirrors. And even that race, I approached more in an IndyCar way, where the habit was there was no point in building a big lead because there would be a safety car at some point. And I was still in this mindset, which wasn't part of F1 at the time. So I would always just be a couple of seconds ahead of him, just enough to stay in the lead. I wasn't yet in the mode of having to race on qualifying laps the whole race and just minding my own strategy, because we're all kind of attached to the fuel strategy we had at the time. So I wasn't yet ready for that. But having won, beating Michael, that kind of opened up then my mind to making the next step. I needed that win.
Did you have a good relationship with Damon from the off? Because he's such a nice bloke.
It was really good. It was really good. Mainly, I guess, because I came in there knowing that it was his year. So of course I wanted to win. Of course I wanted to beat him. But at the same time, I knew it was his year. I'd seen him race for many years because he started before me, but we were both at the time when Camel was doing the son of F1 drivers. I was in Formula 3, was in the 3000, so we're kind of the same group. I didn't know him then, but when I was in IndyCar, I was watching the racing, so I had seen how hard he had worked. I'd seen how he did not win the championships thanks to Michael's driving in the last twice, I think. So I knew that this was his year, and I was there to learn from him. What was good is I could fight till the last race, so that got me used to the pressure of fighting till the last race, which was useful in '97.
Beating him at Silverstone was a bit awkward.
It was great. It wasn't awkward. But once again, that's one track where he was super quick. We all have our tracks, and I think he had an issue, or he went off for some mechanical failure. I don't really. Yes, I remember. In turn one at the time. So he had a problem. So that gave me that should have been one of his weekends. But I think we got along because he could see that I was not there trying to be the young guy in there pushing him down. So that worked out really fine.
We'll come on to your championship year in a moment. Tell me about going around the outside of Michael at Estoril, around that long,
that was fun.
long last corner. That was only about as wide as this stage.
And there was a guardrail around it. It was fun. We did most of our winter testing in Estoril. And that corner looked a little bit like an oval corner that we had in IndyCar. A little bit less banking, but there was a little bit of banking. The guardrail was just going the wrong way because it was turning right instead of turning left. And I told Jock Clear, was my engineer, during the testing, I said, listen, this is an oval corner, so during the race, you'll see I'll overtake someone on the outside. And the discussion had been going on all through winter. And before the race, him and a few of the mechanics said, okay, tell us on which lap so we can come with a spoon to pick up the pieces, because they didn't think it would be possible. And the amazing thing is it was against Michael, so that means it remains in history. But we got behind the back marker, and Michael was wanting to be clever. He slowed down a bit so he would have a gap to then be free or safe for the next straight line. And when I saw that, I just didn't get off the gas. I stayed flat and went around the outside and got to the marbles. So the car started sliding a little bit. And we got out of the corner side by side, but I had the toe of the car in front of me. And that was just enough to put me ahead. And he was angry after that race. He was really angry because nobody had beaten him like that. I think throughout his career, he had never had anyone beat him at his own game or in a way like that was with muscle, I would guess, or with putting your parts on the table. I don't know how you could say it nicely or politely, but yeah, and that hurt his ego tremendously, and he was really, really angry. And he spent a long time afterwards talking to the media, saying that I was lucky it was him because my move wasn't acceptable, and if it had been someone else, I would have crashed and so on. So and that made it even sweeter. But it was an important move because it kept the championship alive. Without that overtaking, I would have finished the race behind Damon, and Damon would have won the championship in that race.
Yeah. You come to Suzuka in with a chance of the championship, and the wheel flies off.
Yes, that's. But it happens. It happens. But anyway, Damon would have finished second, and he would have won the championship anyway. I think that the balance in the championship happened in the first race, when I got an oil leak, and so I had to let Damon by. So he got 4 points more. I got 4 points less. Made a difference of 8 points, and psychologically that had a big effect on him as well for the rest of the season. So that race had a much bigger effect than Suzuka. And Suzuka, he was 9 points or 8 points ahead before the last race, and he was going to finish second. So it wasn't as disappointing. And also because I knew that '97 was going to be my year.
I just find it amazing that it's 20 years ago. It's weird, isn't
Yesterday, isn't it?
Yeah.
It doesn't feel such a long time ago for some reason, because these moments are so poignant, so strong, that they remain livid in your memory. They don't go in that part of the brain that is part of the past. They are present every day of your life, and it's just an amazing feeling.
So there's a big hoo-ha when Damon goes. Frentzen comes in 97, and you absolutely annihilated him.
I didn't have a choice. I didn't have a choice because when Heinz Harald Frentzen was signed, he was signed with the words, "He is our next world champion." I say, "Oh, really? Nah, that won't go down too well." And so I didn't have a choice. I had to destroy him, and my main focus was him. Psychologically, anytime, every minute was part of the game on how to make sure that I would be the one winning the races. I would be the one working with the team so that the car would be developed in my direction and not his. And in the end, that's what gave me the championship. So it was too bad for him. That's life, but you know, it's not, F1 is not for the weak. And if you can't take it, too bad for you. Then Frentzen, once he got back into a small team, he became good again. So that's the kind of pressure he couldn't handle. But every winter testing, and I had always been like that. You know, during the full day, you just test stuff, so you're not on the limit. And then in the last 5 minutes, you put new tires. That's when you go get the last 10th, and that's when you kick your teammate. Just in those last 5 minutes. So all day's been quickest, and then the last 5 minutes, you beat him. The day's over, and he's down. And all winter was like that. And psychologically, this has a big effect. And then it was the same thing on the races. You know, at that time we had four qualifying laps, and often he would be ahead for the first 3, and then just on the 4th one, I would beat him. And that kind of thing really just puts the hammer down, and it is very destructive.
Let's talk about Jerez 97 with your old mate Michael. I've seen the car in the Williams Museum with the marks still on it, which is quite cool. Just reprise your memories of that event.
Oh, it was a great weekend. The energy in the air, the whole paddock, you could feel it. There was so much going on, mostly because everybody knew how Michael had won his other championships. I had been very vocal about it to make sure that people were aware of it, so that it would put some pressure on his shoulders, maybe keep him from doing it, to the point where the FI did come out and say, if this happens, then there will be a disqualification. So that part of the game had been done. But then in the race, we had imagined a million strategies and plans with Heinz Harald, with the team, and actually what happened is not one of the things we had imagined anyway. So just too much. You should never try to anticipate, because it will not happen. The one thing you didn't think about will happen, and then you second guess yourself. Because at the start, the first funny thing is we all got the same lap time in qualifying, Michael, Frentzen, and myself. Then we get into turn 1 where Michael had a better start, and I was next to Frentzen, and both of us didn't know which one should go ahead. So instead of braking late, doing a proper driving, you're thinking, okay, what am I supposed to do here? And that doesn't work out really well.
But at that stage, Heinz Harald is supposed to be helping you.
Yeah, but he was trying to. So that wasn't because he wasn't Michael's fan either. So that was good. That was good at that point. So he was in front of me, and the plan was for him to just push and give a chase to Michael. That didn't work. So at some point, I was quicker anyway. So I got in front and started chasing Michael, and he did his pit stop 2 laps before me. So when I knew that when I would do my last pit stop, I would have new tires for 2 laps. I would have 2 laps of opportunity, and that was it. If I didn't overtake him in these 2 laps, then it would be the end of the championship. And there was one place on the track where I was braking every lap a lot later than him. I could see it. I would always almost run in the back of him coming from way back. So I knew that I would have to just surprise him. And on the second lap out of the pits, tires were fresh, the high-speed corner before the back straight, I just stayed on it, put 2 wheels in the grass, I had to take the risk, and I was just maybe a meter closer to him before hitting the brakes than every other lap. So I went for it. As soon as he hit the brakes, I dived, and I knew that at that point he wouldn't be looking in his mirrors. He couldn't see me coming, and the only time he saw me is when I was next to him, and because of that, he misjudged his turning right, left, and did it wrongly. So instead of taking me out, he took himself out, which was amazing. But the car bounced up, and I knew it was damaged. I didn't know how. So at that point, I just slowed down, massaged the car, braked early without hitting the brakes hard, avoiding the curbs, just in case. I thought it was the suspension, but it wasn't. It was the battery. Wasn't on the stands anymore. Only the electrical cables were holding it, and the battery was moving around. So it should not even have survived until the end of the race.
Wow.
was, yeah. So
Yeah.
basically, when you see all these kind of things, and you know it was meant to be, and that makes you feel really good.
We're going to run out of time, sadly, because you've got to go to live action, but you will be back later on. Just quickly, British American Racing. Do you look back on that 4 years with regret? Are you pleased you tried it?
I'd won my championship. Of course, I wanted to win more because it's fun. But that was the next challenge, building a team. And it is Mercedes today. It's the same team. So it can't have been a bad thing. And the first year, we were crucified. But when you look at the actual results, compared to new teams today, it wasn't actually that bad because we'd qualified top 6, many times finished 8th. The car was quick, it was breaking down. Second year we get podiums. So it wasn't actually that bad. But then the politics kicked in inside the team with the sponsors, Craig, then David Richards that came in, Honda, and then it became hell. Everybody wanted a little piece of something else and wanted to bring the other one down, and that just that's when it went down the drains.
Final question: what do you make of contemporary Formula One? I know you've been fairly outspoken in the past about it. How does it look now?
Yeah, I know. That's when I start to feel old because I don't relate to the technology of modern Formula One, because in my mind Formula One has always been extremes, pushing the boundaries, the unhuman boundaries. It's supposed to be too fast, it's supposed to be too expensive, it's supposed to be crazy, and that's not what we have. You see drivers get out of the car and they didn't even break a sweat because they have to massage their car the whole race and drive within 8 seconds of what they've done in qualifying. It's wrong. Now if you look at the engine, and it's also when F1 decided, sadly, when F1 started listening to the fans. You won't like that, but it's true. Because the fans kept complaining about, oh, there's not enough overtaking. Oh, there's not enough of this. Oh, there's not enough of that. And by listening to that, what did F1 do? Okay, let's put DRS. Because that way we'll have 100 overtakings in a race. But name me one overtaking that you remember since DRS. You don't. Because you don't see the work. You don't see the driver working it. Look at the motorbike race. Sometimes they will take a rider 10 laps to overtake another rider. But in these 10 laps, you see the work that goes with it. And when the overtaking happens, wow. But all these 10 laps, you're on the edge of your seat. Now you're not. You know, next straight line, press the button, overtake. That's it. So all these kind of rule changes to try to create a better show actually create a worse show. That's one part. Then the technology, take the engine. Amazing, beautiful technology for the engineers. It shouldn't be in an F1. It doesn't bring anything. It takes away from F1. It has nothing to do there.
It's an engineering sort of masterclass, isn't it?
It's gone towards that, and yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy engineering. I wouldn't want it on my road car.
You say the fans want overtaking. I'm a fan. I want overtaking. There are other ways of doing it.
Yeah, but that's what you want. You don't want overtaking. You want to see a great competition. You want to see, you want boxers to really hurt each other and see which one will be the strongest one. You don't want them to have huge gloves that they don't even hurt themselves, and that's a little bit what you have with DRS. Okay, let's not really take a risk. I'll just press the button. And so it's now what you see is cars overtaking each other on the highway. You don't actually see proper racing because of that. So that's, yes, you get tons of overtaking, but they're boring. You just, okay, let's watch something else. So it defeats the purpose.
And I guess your dad wouldn't have found this very exciting, would he, either?
No, because he always loved pushing the edge, and a good overtaking move was tricking the other driver as well. Spending 5 or 6 laps looking, figuring out, okay, this driver is doing this in this corner, that's where he's quick, that's where, and you would set it up. You would set up the overtaking, you would set up the move. You would know that now you have slightly better tires and so on, and you would work at it, which you can't even bother now.
And you could see great drivers like your old man and the heroes of that era actually working hard in the car all the time.
Yes, but that's because they weren't fit. They didn't know what training meant. So that's also an aspect. But yes, the cars were more physical, obviously, and they weren't precise. So they always had to adapt to their cars a little bit. But because the cars were dangerous for starters, and because it was actually difficult to overtake and all that, there was a lot more respect in between drivers. You never saw one driver weave down the straight line. You never, ever saw that back then. And you never even saw a driver brake on the inside of the track. He would keep his line, brake on the outside, and just try and brake later than the other guy. It was clean and respectful. And they banged into each other, but they were mistakes. Where now you see a video game with drivers that think they are inside the video games and that there's no limit, there is no respect. What is respect? It's not even a word in their dictionary. And for them, everything is fine because anyway, you can't get hurt. You know, they even think that they can probably press escape and reset while they're having their crash.
Yeah. Can you imagine the moaning that would go on if we had a Villeneuve Arnaud Dijon 79 type wheel banging?
Oh, yeah, well,
there'd just be...
Right, that's the other issue. You get penalized. Now problem is drivers get penalized for trying some things and for making a mistakes, and hardly ever get penalized for dirty driving. And a mistake, you crash into each other, fine, well, that's racing, too bad. And that's also why some of the overtaking that could happen you don't see. But a lot of the dirty, nasty driving doesn't even get penalized because of these new rules of, well, you're allowed one move, or you're allowed this. And these rules don't actually make sense.
Have you been an FIA steward yet?
No, I haven't.
I wonder why.
No, because
that'd be cool.
Yeah, I've never been invited, and I think that the drivers would be very calm. So I don't know, because the problem is I know what is right, I know what is correct, and it doesn't always go with the rules. And I would have to stick to the rules and not to what is actual proper racing. So I'm not sure it would go very well, but I probably would get out of there without many friends in the paddock and the teams. And there's a few places where I wouldn't be allowed to go and eat again. So maybe it wouldn't be a good thing to do.
I'll tell you what, you've made some friends this weekend, Jacques, certainly. It's been great to have you. Jacques will be back on at 2 o'clock for more reminiscences from a great period of Formula One. In the meantime, many thanks. Enjoy the rest of the show. Ladies and gentlemen, Jacques Villeneuve. Right, don't go too far away. I'm talking to three-time Le Mans winner and world endurance champion Alan McNish in a few moments. Okay, folks. Any sports car racing fans in the house? Anyone listen to BBC Radio 5 Live and Formula 1 coverage? Excellent. Well done, madam. You'll enjoy this. Please welcome Alan McNish.
Thank you very much for the wolf whistle there, whoever that was.
That was a good whistle. Well done. Good to see you brought your fan with you again.
Yeah. The money's outside, by the way. It's in the envelope usual.
I've adjusted that from Matt Neal setting to Alan McNish setting.
Yeah, Alan McNish setting's a little bit higher than the Matt Neal setting for the obvious height difference there.
Mine's broken.
Yeah,
it needs resetting.
Yours is also has got Toby written on the top of it, which you can't see from there.
Yeah, thanks.
So he's an imposter, this gentleman.
How are you doing? Okay.
Yeah, very good, actually. Had a nice Christmas and New Year, Hogmanay and everything else that us Scots get up to, and then back into it. Autosport show. We wander around. There's a fantastic Hesketh over there, and next to the Formula 1 stage, which I saw this morning. When you look back and you then see as well the sort of changing eras of cars, Nat and then Alan Jones's Williams was when I was first starting to get an interest in racing, and seeing them now, they just look prehistoric in comparison to the modern day car. But God, they were brave.
Because we're now both in our mid-30s. This is kind of it for us. Yeah.
Sorry?
This is it for us, isn't it? These are the things.
Yeah, they are. That is very basic in so many ways, but at the time it was absolutely cutting edge of the sort of aerodynamics and the way the chassis was constructed and things like that. But it's the people behind them, it's the people sitting in the car, and those were real sort of characters in the way that they drove the cars as well, never mind actually outside of the cockpit.
Did you build a Tamiya kit of FW07?
I wasn't very good at building things. I was very good at racing and then taking them apart, usually against a barrier, but never really that good at building them. I know you're a specialist at that, though.
I had to do two because I couldn't choose between Jones and Reutemann.
Really?
So I did
Carlos Reutemann was the one I liked. I didn't know Alan Jones. I know him now, but I didn't know. But Carlos Reutemann I really liked because he had a fast name. And coming from Scotland, we had very, Scottish names, and he had a real fast name, and you expected a real classy sort of driver. And when he lost the World Championship in Vegas, I was actually disappointed. I was really disappointed because I felt it was kind of a loss, but a weak loss in a way, that he just sort of fell over and gave it away.
Other fast Scottish names. Dario Franchitti.
Yeah, I know.
That's quite fast, isn't it?
Yes, it is, and it's also very not much Scottish.
It sounds faster than Colin or Jim.
Yes, it does. And he's done okay, Dario, hasn't he?
Yeah,
4 IndyCar titles and 3 Indy 500s.
Yeah.
I think it's not been too bad for the wee boy for Whitburn.
He loves all the history of the sport, and you're quite into that too, aren't you? You like.
I was a bit worried you were going to say you're quite old, know the history. Yeah, I know. When you get to our age, and you do. It's Scotland has been very good to us. In terms of my generation, with David and with Dario and Marino Franchitti, Paul Di Resta, all coming through. And it's been very good because it was very, very supportive right from the word go, whether it be in karting with Hugh McKagan, Curie Cos. British GT fans will know the Curie Cos name, but in 2017, it's the 50th anniversary of them winning Le Mans outright with the Jaguar D-Type and a privateer winning Le Mans and beating the factory cars for the second year on succession. And so, that has been something that's been a real push, but also with, you mentioned Jim Clark, he was unfortunately passed away by the time I was born, but Jackie has been, from the word go until now, always been a great supporter, not just of myself, but also of Scottish drivers. And that's something, without it, we wouldn't be sitting here. That's for sure. We'd be doing something up there.
Is there a certain drive, no pun intended, among Scottish people? What's the secret?
I don't know if there's really a secret. I think it's a bloody long way if you haven't won. So when you do travel down, when I was karting, we went to the British Championship in '83, and it was near Yeovil, a place called Clay Pigeon. It was 7 hours to drive back. And God, the van was a grumpy place if we hadn't gone home with a winning trophy. And that means that there's an element of determination. But the second thing is, I think it is the fact that we had somebody to follow. Jackie followed Jim. Jim followed Innes Ireland, who was the first Scot to win a Grand Prix. Then you had David Leslie, who really started the modern sort of group in terms of got them going, literally ran the racing cars in Formula Ford for me, David and Dario. And then we've got the support, because I can remember Jackie In fact, we've got Williams here. When I was 80 in 1987, my first year in car racing, he invited me to a dinner up at Glen Eagles, and I was sat next to Patrick Head. And Patrick Head was the technical director at Williams. Now, as a young kid, Formula Ford, you've done 6 races, and Jackie's son Paul was racing against me, and bang, I'm sitting next to Patrick Head. And those sort of doors, you know, if we'd been from many other nationalities, would never have been opened. And that was, I think, a big, big factor.
Let's talk Audi.
Yes.
Bombshell
Who are
news.
not Scottish, but want to be.
No, correct. Yeah, you drove for them for many years.
Yes,
in 2 stints. How much notice did you have that they were pulling out of the World Endurance Championship?
Officially, basically, a few hours. But that's the way manufacturers do it. When they make a decision, they communicate it and the doors close.
Because otherwise it gets leaked anyway.
Yeah, it gets leaked anyway, and also people start making up stories and opinions and everything else, and it's better to do that. If there's hard news to come, it's better face-to-face and straight away. And the board members at 8 o'clock on the Wednesday morning, and it was announced at 12 o'clock, they stood up in front of everybody within Audi Sport and said, this is what's happening, that's why it's happening, that's where we're going. And that's the plan you need to have. You need to know where you're going as well. For everybody in the actual team, it was a disappointment. But then again, after 18 years, not necessarily a surprise. 18 years of being in one category like that, which normally most manufacturers are 3 to 5 years. And they just became part of the establishment. And so hence, it did become a bit of a shock to the WEC, to ACO for Le Mans, and the other manufacturers as well, and drivers, because suddenly, they've got to find a job. However, under contract, so therefore they're clearly looked after. And some filtered into the DTM program, some into the sports car program, in GT I'm talking about. And like André Lotterer, he decided he wanted to try his hand somewhere else. And he's now got Porsche overalls on. And so there was definitely change in times, but these times have to change at some point. And unfortunately, it's not what we always want, but it's part of life.
No one manufacturer is bigger than the game or bigger than the championship they're in. But was it a body
Well, it is
blow?
if you're a one-make manufacturer and you run the championship.
That's true, yeah. In terms of what it'll do to the WEC, was it a body blow?
WEC is strong. It's I remember so vividly, we were in Aufterschwang, which is in southern Germany, at our training camp, when the final day of the entries closed, which was at 5 o'clock 4 o'clock, apologies, 4 o'clock for the first ever World Endurance Championship season in 2012. And we came out of basically one of our training sessions, and there's a message, and it was on Dr. Ulrich's phone saying, Peugeot has pulled out, they've not entered. That meant there was only one manufacturer, and then Toyota was coming later on in the season, and that was the critical point. Not now. Not now when they've got 2 manufacturers with Porsche and Toyota, not when you've got all of the manufacturers in GT Pro, with other ones coming in 2018. So I think they're in such more of a stable position than they were on that first day when it was very fragile. But, Audi stepped up, they stood in, Toyota came a little bit earlier, and we sort of came over that speed bump. And so right now I think it is exactly that, it's a speed bump. But as you said, it's not just about one manufacturer. It's a very, very big part of it. There's no question Audi are a huge part of it, and a very big part of the start of the World Endurance Championship. But ultimately, that door closes and another one opens.
Is it too prohibitive in terms of technology and cost for a non-superpower, I mean a big manufacturer, to come and play in LMP1?
I think it takes quite a long time. It's a bit like Formula One. It takes a long time to actually come in and then to even consider that you could be successful. And I think it's one of the factors of the Mercedes sort of dominance right now in Formula One. And Honda were a good example, because Honda's got a great tradition in Formula One, but ultimately fell flat in their face in the first season. A little bit better, but still a fair chunk off what they need to be. And when you're at the top of any category, and it's certainly a technical category in sports cars, the modern LMP1 car is extremely technical, at least as technical as a Formula One car in terms of the way that the systems work. And so therefore it does take time. Financially, yes, you could probably say that, it needs to be reevaluated. And that's something that I think now the right thing, in my view, and this is purely a personal view, is to look where do you want to be in 2021? And then sit down and actually work with all of the people that's involved. Where do we want to be in 2021? And the good thing about Le Mans is it's always been innovative, that word that I can't say. It's always been able to take the regulation, and then if you thought that was your technology, then you could bring it. And that's something they have to keep, because that's been one of the real DNAs of it. But at the same time, what and how, then I think that's something that's being, well, I know it's being looked at the moment.
You had many years with Audi on both sides of the Atlantic.
Yes,
Have you sat down and thought about the best moments? Because there have been so many.
There's been a lot of moments. Crikey me, I'm that old that memory is the thing that's probably the tricky part. There's been some fantastic times out, especially racing in the States. They were really, really good. But the thing that stands out is when there was hard competition. Not when we dominated and we went off into the distance, because that was fantastic performance, proud, everything else, nice trophy. But the reality is when you had to sort of really dig deep and fight for it, when it was bit elbows out and you came back and the car wasn't looking pristine by any stretch of the imagination, when it had sort of some Peugeot marks along the side, or whether it be Porsche or Toyota or whatever, then that was definitely the best ones. But the thing we did have was we had one season in 2007, and the last two races, one of them was 4 hours and the other one was 10 hours, and we won by 9/10 of a second and half a second on those last two races over Porsche. And those were fantastic because it was absolutely nail-biting. And I wasn't in the car for the last stint. It was my teammate Dindo Capello, and you were just sort of sitting there and you're just wondering which car was going to come around. But then on the flip side of it, we had a big party for the end of the LMP1 program on the 16th of December. And it was the whole team there, and it was just, they were asking people within the team of their memory. And one came to mind when we were racing at Petit Le Mans. And Dindo had a bizarre balaclava wardrobe incident where he had to put a safety item into his helmet by regulation, and being Italian, he hadn't really done it very well. He had just sort of stuck it in with sticky back plastic or whatever. And when he got hot in his helmet, the glue that he had stuck it in with melted, so then the helmet started slipping, so the balaclava came down over his eyes. So going down the straights, and we're leading, and we're racing against Peugeot at the time, he would push his helmet up, and the balaclava would come up, and he'd come to brake again, like 4G braking, then boom, balaclava would come down, and he couldn't see. So he did half a stint like that before he decided to come in. And so the balaclava incident was one of the most famous ones of Dindo Capello, who could write a book on his incidents.
4 or 5 different types of Audi you raced, R8, R10, R15, R18. What was your favourite?
R10, no question.
The first diesel car?
First diesel car, because it was just a brute. It would huge horsepower, unheard of horsepower, and definitely unheard of torque, to the point that Michelin, our tyre partner, had to design new tyres for the amount of load we were putting through the rear, because they'd never seen or had to do anything with that sort of torque level. And that whole process of bringing something completely new, which initially we thought was a bit mad, to the table, and then seeing it develop and driving it, and the car itself, if you picked it up and threw it around, if you grabbed a hold of it and drove it hard, it responded, it said, give me more. If you were gentle with it, it took a hold of you, and it was like a roller coaster ride, but you weren't in control. And so it's one that I really like, because my driving style was, well, quite aggressive, I would say. And it was very much a case of throwing the car into the corner. And that's something that really suited me perfectly. It was also a great time of competition, because we were talking about the Porsche and also Acura, which is Honda in the States. And all that sort of period was in there as well. So I think it's the memories of the car, but it's also the memories of the races that happened at that time.
And the R10 won Le Mans on debut. Sadly, not your car.
It won all 3 Le Mans it ever did.
That's right. Yeah. But that completely moved the goalpost immediately. Diesel just became the future then.
Yeah, it did. It did, because there's 2 things about it. One was it had more power and torque, and secondly, it had better fuel economy. So we stopped in the pits less. And so it did have a lot of benefits from a racing perspective. The negatives were that it was a bigger and heavier and less aerodynamically beneficial package because of the requirements of the diesel. But then we went from a V12 to a V10 to a V6 through the course of its timeline. Went from twin turbo to single turbos, and we got the packaging so that it was actually not very different to a petrol engine car, but still with the the potential benefits, which clearly by the balance of performance, were restricted. But that was something that was quite a cool ride to be on.
When engine chief Dr. Boretsky said to you, we're going to do a diesel, did you think you're mad?
I thought he'd been smoking something. Thought he'd had a wee trip to Amsterdam, the boy. But, Uli does come out with different ideas, and he's a very experienced guy. Boretsky's been in companies and a lot of different formulas, and he just showed me the facts and figures. This is our simulation, this is where our dynos will be, and those sold it to me. But I didn't appreciate it until I drove it. The first time I drove it was in Sebring in February 2006. And going from the hairpin, which is turn 7, down to turn 10, that was the first acceleration I had in it. And that was the first time it felt like warp factor 3, as you were just down. And it was quiet as well. You didn't hear the engine, you heard the wind noise. And so there was a lot of sensations that were just completely different. It was like a spaceship. A bit unwieldy at the beginning, I have to say, but it was that first acceleration was at the time I thought, yeah, we've got something here.
Great days. Do you miss racing?
No. I don't miss racing because I go to racing. I don't miss driving the car. That's done. That's history. I was very happy to put that part of my career to the side. I achieved pretty much everything I wanted to achieve. Now involved in different ways. Look after a couple of drivers, which is fun because it's like looking in a mirror 20 years ago. From the BBC, covering it for Formula One. So I do this year 8 to 10 Grand Prix, and that's quite fun because ultimately I would be sitting at home shouting at the telly otherwise. And then I also coordinate Group Motorsport for Audi, so that's Lamborghini, Ducati and Audi racing activities. So I'm still in the paddock, still in the racing, and that will never change because once you're involved in racing, you know it, Henry, you've been around it too long as well. You can't get away from it, hence the reason that everybody's here and hence the reason that all the young kids that are here will be coming back with their kids in 20 years' time.
That's right. The driver, the broadcaster ex-driver combination works well, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Murray and James, Crofty and Brundle, Jack and you.
Yeah, it does. Look, it's difficult to understand what it's like sitting in the cockpit unless you've sat in the cockpit. And the driver's view is one that can be sometimes very different than others. And that's one of the reasons the FIA brought in the driver steward as well, because it gives it a perspective of looking through that visor, that very narrow tunnel vision, and two tiny little mirrors at the right and left-hand side that you don't actually use because they're, well, irrelevant. What's behind you is irrelevant. And it is something that I think as well drivers, we enjoy. Because once you're a driver, you're kind of always there, aren't you, as I said. And I enjoy it. I enjoy it as a challenge as well. And the funny thing is on 5 Live, because it links into so many other sports, God, I know so much about Scottish football. So we're always going to Pittodrie and Celtic Park and Palmerston and various places.
Upsets your rhythm a bit, doesn't it? And you break for football updates or...
Yeah, but if it's Queen of the South or Celtic, we're fine. Yeah. There's no Rangers fans in here, are we? Okay, perfect.
Brilliant. Modern F1, 2017.
Yeah.
Big fat tyres, different wings.
Yeah.
Looking forward to that?
Yes, I am actually.
They'll look better, won't they?
It's an opportunity for lots of people. Look is one thing, and again, go to Heskin and see the size of those rear tyres, or look over here. It's just visually, I think, aesthetically, it's nice. But ultimately, I think it's a good opportunity for us, as described it yesterday, and somebody said, that's a good description. It's a sort of shake of the snow globe, and then seeing how everything settles back down again. Mercedes were so far ahead that it took, Red Bull as the main competitor last year a long time to get even a sniff of being sometimes close. And this is a reset in a way. And you hope that, and I hope as a fan, that actually Ferrari are there, because they need to be. Say hope, I'm not really totally confident about it. I hope that Williams are able to sort of regain more of the momentum they had in the last couple of years, where they definitely performed above the level that they should have done. But Red Bull are probably the ones that I would expect to take the charge to them. And if there's any time when aerodynamic regulations changing, you would hope that the team at Red Bull would be able to take advantage of that. But I wouldn't expect on the other side of it the Mercedes are slow and go backwards, because they've got a fantastic car in every area in 2016. But there is definitely an opportunity. And everybody goes to Australia with that question mark. Question mark about the tyres. How are they going to react? Are they going to have better degradation? Is it going to be this, that, and the next thing? And then we're going to see through the course of the races up to when we come back to the Spanish Grand Prix in May, we'll see how the trend line lies. But we definitely hope that there's going to be, like there was quite a few years ago when there was a change of regulations where there's 4 or 5 different teams that can win races.
Good stuff. Always great insight from you. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, show your appreciation for Alan McNish.
Thank you very much, everybody. Hope
Thanks,
you have
mate.
a fantastic day. Have a look around the show, and I'll see you soon.
Cheers. Very exciting. In about 10 minutes' time, I'm going to be talking to 23-time Isle of Man TT winner, John McGuinness. Yep, we are halving the wheels and we are doubling the fever. So for any motorcycle racing fans in the house, come a bit closer. John McGuinness on the stage in 10 minutes' time. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the live stage here at Autosport International on the final day, the Sunday of the curtain raiser to the motorsport season. Very warm welcome too if you're joining us on the live stream on autosport.com, motorsport.com and motor1.com. Plenty more exciting interviews to come throughout the course of the day and, of course, here live at the NEC. I'm talking to a massive, massive hero now. I'm a massive motorcycle racing fan. I ride a bike very badly indeed. Wouldn't dream of racing one. My guest now is a 23-time Isle of Man TT winner. Please welcome the legendary John McGuinness. I've got to say, this is a bit of a coup. This is a car show. This is all about four wheels. But you're a fan of all of it, aren't you, really?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I love even three wheels or sidecars as well. But yeah, we made a decision last night to come down with my son. My little lad, he's a big Formula One fan, car fan, and I am as well. You know, I was brought up around cars. My dad was an old dodgy car dealer and stuff, so I've been involved in four wheels for a long, long time. But great show, yeah, I really enjoyed it. We've just been a couple of fans this morning. We've been around looking at the stuff, and I just wish my wallet was big enough so I could buy some of the nice stuff out there. But yeah, it's been fun.
Did you get recognised? You must have been by a few.
One or two, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's more car orientated, but. Yeah, it's nice for us to have a look around at some of the exhibits.
Yeah, Ewan's 15, isn't he? Is he trying to get into bikes? I think his mother would have a fit, wouldn't she?
Yeah, she'd be okay with it. I mean, I had him a bike when he was when he just come out of the womb. To be fair, ready for him to ride, but he's had no interest at all in riding bikes. He rides a quad, and he's pretty good on the quad. And when I watch him, there's a little bit of magic in there. I think there's a swimmer got through with a little bit of magic in there, so he can handle the quad quite well. But the trouble is, he's 15, he's 6'1", and he's huge. So I think his car racing job's a bit buggered, or his kart racing or anything like that. So, but he wants to get into something in Formula One, and that's one of the reasons why we're here, just speaking to a few teams and a few people trying. If he's he'd have to start sweeping the floor for a start, and then work his way up to hopefully spanning some of the cars.
You can get some help from Honda with that, because they've got four-wheel pedigree, haven't they?
Yeah, I mean, he's a little bit unsure because he's still a bit young, but there's the British touring car team. We was at Croft this year, watched that racing, and I actually got to test the touring car at Knockhill, which was really cool. And we've been to the Formula One Car Grand Prix for the last few years. Luckily we've got some great sponsors in Monster, and get looked after by quite a few of the teams, but probably the worst team is McLaren. They're the most unfriendliest one with a Honda engine in, so they never invite me in, but all the other teams seem to invite us in. But yeah, I mean, he's got to fight his own way through what he wants to do. He's got to show me that he wants to do it for real. But when you're 15, you just found out what the bits of your body do and all sorts of stuff, don't you? And girls and all your telephones and PlayStations.
Absolutely
and stuff.
right.
So he's still a bit young yet.
I've spoken to Flash about you driving the Civic touring car at Knockhill, and you were on it, weren't you? You were only a whisker off.
Yeah, maybe half a second off what they were doing in the race pace in the third race, but it was fantastic. I so enjoyed it, and I've been sort of nibbling away at the team for a test in the car, and obviously Gordon's a big bike fan. He's got a bike himself, and he's married to the daughter of who owns Knockhill, so it's pretty handy that in your back garden. So
well, yeah, Gillian's MD.
Well,
yeah, she's in charge.
Yeah, so he's got the free rein of the circuit, so he knows his way around. But I went up the day before and looked at the track and where they were changing gear and looking at the lines, and I took the opportunity with both hands, and I thought to myself, well, I've got a roll cage over me, so I'm pretty safe in this thing. If I stick it on its roof, I can always leg it across the fields and disappear and pretend I wasn't there. But Gordon was on the bike and as well, and they were all stressing a little bit. He had a championship to win, and they were worried about him. But I just said, don't worry, he's on a good, safe bike, and he's a good, safe pair of hands. And he was only a couple of seconds off the pace, and I was half a second off what they were doing. And the first session I went out in the car, I didn't realise that there's so much difference. They brake so late, so hard, and because the car itself was quite slow, with great respect to the car.
Absolutely,
coming out of the hairpin, the bike's wheels spinning, wheeling, and they, 210 horsepower, only weighs 165 kilos, so the things, they get your attention, but the car was a bit like going up the straight, there's not much going on, but how hard you hit the brakes was just unreal. So
downforce is a bit weird, isn't it, for a biker?
Yeah, we don't get any of that. No, only downforce is normally in your pants, normally on a bike. But and some of the liberties you can take in the car, you can be quite brutal with them, up over the curbs, and like Knockhill, they have that uphill blind chicane, and they're just on two wheels over the top of it, and you know, they say Rubbins Racing or whatever it is. I don't know with that touring cars. It looked like Dodgems to me. There was just every car that came in after race 3, they don't think there was a straight panel on any of the cars. So, but where you sit in the car, you can't see the front, so you can half understand why they're just, you know, the edge of the track's the next car, I think, and you know, they just sort of put themselves in where they want to slot themselves. But it's a great opportunity. I'd love to do a racing one. I really, really would. And whether they'd be kind on me or what, I don't know. They're probably punting me off the track left, right, and centre. But I'm definitely into. I'm nibbling away at Honda, their touring car team, and maybe do some testing over in Spain with the team. So yeah, I'd definitely like to. I can't race bikes forever, and I'm getting old and fat for a bike. So maybe squeeze in one of these touring cars.
You're still on it though, aren't you? You're still fully on it.
Yeah, I feel good. I've just done a deal with Honda, but I probably shouldn't have said that because I'm not announcing anything until tomorrow. But tomorrow
That's all you need to say.
Yeah, tomorrow the job's on, and I don't know who my teammate is, but another year with Honda, new bike, new Fireblade. You know, I've been waiting for it a long time, and I'm so excited to get back on it. We've got some testing in Spain, and you know, before we know it, we'll be doing the Northwest and the TT, and you know, if I hit the right spots, and I look at myself in the mirror and I think, geez, you know, you're looking at an old fat fella now, but when I'm on the bike, I feel 18. I still feel 18. I still feel good, feel strong. You know, the passion's still there.
Look at Matt Neal, he's 50.
Yeah, just having a chat with Matt Neal up there. Yeah, he told me a word to get in on stage with you, but I've forgotten what he said. It was some silly name, but go or something. Or
Yeah.
He said he'd be watching, but
he does it every year.
Is he 50? He looks well for 50.
Yeah,
fair play, and he can still go. And when I was at Knockhill, he won race 3, so still got the minerals, the old boy.
Let me take you right back to the beginning. How old were you when you first got your leg over, so to speak?
Do you know what?
I've been dying to do that.
I don't really remember it, but I've been told, and I've got the pictures, and I think I was sort of 4 years old, just turned 4 years old. I had a little Italiojet 50. My dad had a bike shop in Morecambe and used to do a lot of repairs and MOTs and all that sort of stuff. He wasn't a bad racer, my dad, to be honest, but he was too interested in drinking, shagging and fighting at the time, so he missed his forte a little bit. But he put me on a bike and off I went down the street. Apparently, I did a U-turn, rolled back, and that's where it all started, you know. But it was on the street then. I used to go around the streets and I used to ride around the industrial estate where the bike shop was, and in them days you could sort of get away with it, you know. I'd be flying up and down the industrial estate and people would be, oh, there's John on his bike, you know. Where, you know, if you did that nowadays, a police helicopter would be out with sirens and they'd put your bike in and squash it, you know. But them days they left us to it, and I wanted to be Evel Knievel was my hero at the time, and I used to jump the toy buses and and that's where it started. And you know, my dad was a massive part of it all the way through my life. You know, he was the worst schoolboy dad in the world. You know, he was so pushy. But then I went road racing and he took a bit of a back step, and now you're working for the teams and that. But it's always been in the blood. And you know, people ask me about it. You know, what else do I like? And unless it's got an engine in it, I find it difficult to get into any other sport unless it's got an engine in it or making lots of noise and got some high speed.
When did you want to start racing bikes? And what was the inspiration for that? Did your old man take you to races?
Yeah, I mean, my dad used to take me to scrambles, they were called at the time, but I never really wanted to do it. My dad was always pushing me into it, and had a few scraps and a few rows, and I had a little bit of a go at it, and then I stopped doing it, and then I had a bit more of a go. And you know, when I was like in my teens, and I used to go motocrossing, and if my dad didn't see me performing any good, he used to go absolutely berserk at me. And there's an odd times he used to have the rope up and say, right, off the track, I'm not watching that rubbish. And sometimes I'd finish the first race and he'd just go and leave me. So I have to get a thumb lift home with some of my friends. It was a nightmare. But then when I was 17, I decided to go road racing, and 18 at the time. But I had a road bike on the road when I was 17, and I used to fly around the Lake District, Devil's Bridge, all the areas where I still live now. And I was going to hurt myself or kill myself, or I was going to hurt somebody else. And so, you know, my dad was getting reports back that, you know, this lad's get him off the road and get him on the track. And it's the best decision he ever did, really. You know, we went racing, and you could afford it then. You know, it was a little bit more affordable. You know, you could make a set of tyres last 2 or 3 race meetings. And I had a Kawasaki KR1S, and the first race meeting I went to was a place called Aintree. So. And I thought it was the business. At 18, I thought it was the business, and I got beat. You know, I finished 29th, 31st. I got beat by 2 birds, which was bloody hard to take. But you know, it was a massive rude awakening. You know, motorsport's not easy, but you know, I just, in my head, I just tunnel vision. And you know, at the time I was an apprentice bricklayer, and I hated it. You know, my dad again. He says, "Oh, you know, you don't want to be in the motor trade. It's horrible. You need to be in the building industry." And I thought, okay, I'll have a go at that. And I just hated every minute of it. And the guy I used to work for, he said, you know, get in that hole and get some bricks laid. That's all you are. You'll never make anything out of bike racing. So, you know, after 25 years ago, like now I can give him one of them. So I've not done so bad with the racing, but yeah, it's a long process. But it feels like yesterday. I'm 45 in a few weeks, and it's amazing. It's been an amazing time, amazing career. You know, it's been travelled the world, seen so many cool things, and met so many fantastic people, and met a few bandits on the way. You know, in the racing job. But it's been an amazing. It was my 27th season of racing coming up as well.
It's mad,
so.
isn't it?
Yeah.
So what was the big break? When did it become big time?
Do you know, I was going quite good at club level in the early 90s, 1991, riding our own sort of a team, and I won what was called the Shell Scholarship, which was it was open to riders who used Shell oils, and you know, if you won a race, you got a little Shell star that you put on your bike, and then I won this Shell Scholarship for 1992, and Alistair McRae won the Rally Scholarship at the time, and I thought I'd made it. You know, I was really naive, really wet behind the ears, and I didn't know about management, didn't know about how to push myself and where to be and sponsors and stuff. I just thought, I've won the Shell Scholarship, I'm going to be world champion. You know, people are going to be throwing money at me, free stuff and all this. And it never really materialised. I broke my wrist at Cadwell quite bad, and then after that, I had to ride privately in 93, 94, 95, and in 96, I got my big break with a bloke called Paul Bird, who he runs the BYZ Ducati team in BSB. Son's racing one of those Formula Renault things. The chicken factory, one of the biggest chicken factories in the country. So he bought my first new bike and did my first TT in 1996. Started running at the front of British championships at the time, and I suppose the rest is history. So I was at a bit of a point where I couldn't really go any further, and you know, I was credit card maxed out. My nana was involved, my dad was involved, mum was everybody was involved, and you know, I mean, I've been on the side of the road siphoning those lighting towers to get the red diesel out the side of it to put diesel in the van to get me home. You know, the stuff I got up to while I was racing, but it was just tunnel vision. I just didn't. I needed to make it, and we have, you know. But it was tough times, but fun times. You know, you look back now, did some ridiculous stuff with no tax, no insurance in the vans, and you know, a windscreen fell out of the van one day, so I had to drive me and the missus drove back with helmets on, and all the wind, rain coming through the windscreen and stuff.
Children, do as he says, not as he did.
Yeah.
So you switched from short circuit back to the roads. Did that happen by accident? Did you get a deal to ride on the island?
I always did both. You know, I did British Championship and the Northwest TT and like Macau Grand Prix. I did that. I've done that every year since '96 at TT. So I've done 20 TTs as well as many seasons of BSB. So, you know, it was always a little bit in my armour. You know, I could always twist a deal for BSB to ride in BSB to do the TT. So it all balanced up quite good. And you know, I used to be quite good at short circuits as well. I mean, the TT have always been a lot probably better results, but I wasn't too bad on the short circuits. I did the World Supersport Championship in 2002, and you know, travelled everywhere. But it was funny. I got pneumonia at the start of the year, and I went to South Africa and spent 5 days in hospital with this pneumonia problem, and it took me a long time to recover, and that sort of ruined any sort of more World Championship chances for me. You know, I had a real tough time that year. But I've just picked and choose my racing, and you know, I did World Endurance. I've done 6 Le Mans. I've done 6 Bordeaux. I've done 4 Suzuka 8-hour races. We finished 4th in the World Championship in 2011. So yeah, we've done loads, but the road racing's always been probably the breadwinner, probably the bit that's kept me at the front of everything, kept me, you know, the TT is getting stronger and stronger. You know, it's a special place, and it's 110 years old this year, the TT. So there's not been many races been going that long, and it's funny. Everybody in the car world, I think, the secret TT fans, you know, I've been coming into the four-wheel world, they're all fans of it, and they all watch it. And you go to these Formula One car Grand Prix, I'm looking at the cars, and they're like, oh, forget the car, and they're talking about the bikes. You know, they're more interested in in the bikes. So
there's lots of us car fans who are big into bikes as well. I got a last-second invite to come to the TT with Honda this year. I couldn't go. I'm still furious
Why?
about that. Yeah, I just
you need to go.
Yeah, I know, I do. Yeah.
I'll have you a deal. If you think it's a load of rubbish, I'll give you your money back. That's a good deal, isn't it?
There's no chance at all of me thinking it's rubbish.
Yeah, it's a special
It's
place.
wonderful. Yeah, I've followed it for years and years. There's only one bloke. There was only one bloke on the planet who's won it more times than you. Are you still aiming at that record? Do you still target Joey's 26 wins?
Now I'm getting closer. It would be the icing on the cake. You know, I never would have ever imagined that I would be sat here at nearly 45 years old with 23 TT wins. You know, if somebody had told me 20 years ago and give you a pack of cards and said, "Look, you're going to win 6 TTs," you'd have probably took that. You know, but like every year's been amazing. The wins we've had. I've been lucky enough to ride in some great teams and work with some fantastic mechanics and things, and you know, ride for Honda as a manufacturer, and you know. You know, I could sit up here and talk for hours about Joey Dunlop. Joey Dunlop was my childhood hero, you know, and I remember asking Joey for his autograph in what would it be, 11 years later. I asked for his autograph, and I told him I'd stand on the podium with him one day. And if anybody ever knew Joey, when he talked, he just sort of went, "Her, fuck, and you could never understand the word he says because he was Irish. So. And I reminded him on the podium, you know, I said, I remember I stood on the podium, and he never remembered, but I remembered. But what a special guy. But to match him would be the ultimate icing on the cake for me. I'd love to match it and then retire, but, you know, there'll always only be one Joey Dunlop, you know. He won 5 world championships. He won so many more Irish races. You know, he got an MBE, he had an OBE, he did on these mercy missions to Romania with food and clothes for the kids. The man was just so unassuming, you know. And I was Joey's last ever teammate, and he was 48 years old at the time, and he won on the superbike. Then he jumped on a 125, and
in 2000.
In 2000, yeah. I was on the Vimto bikes with him, and I was young, and I was just looking at him thinking, this man's God, you know. And I stood on the podium with him. My first ever superbike podium was with him in 2000 Formula 1 race, and then he jumped on a 125 and won on that, you know, on a 2-stroke. So, I mean, if I jumped on a 125, it'd just disappear up my arse crack, you know. There was no way I could win on a 125, and he did it at 48, you know. So, such a special man. But, you know, I mean, if I don't reach Joey's record, I won't be bothered at all. If I do, it would be amazing. If I get any more than Joey, I would never be allowed to step foot in Northern Ireland ever again. I'd sure get shot by one of the paddies.
I think you held the guy in such high regard that if you match his wins, you'd stop.
I would, yeah. I think you're right. You know, it's there comes a time where, you know, I've had such an amazing career, but people ask me at 17 wins, 18 wins, and it was not really possible. But now I'm 23, I'm only a few away. Yeah, it's definitely possible. And
it would have been 24, wouldn't it, if the electric bike hadn't broken down 6 months ago?
Yeah, the electric bike, I went over one of the jumps and it switched itself off. It has a switch on the back, like one of those, a lathe or electric machine, the emergency switch. And so frustrating because all I had to do was just put my hand around, switch it back on. But I was looking at the dashboard. It's like a PlayStation, and I know nothing about it's that complicated, that electric bike. I'm pressing buttons and resets, and there's a guy out of the crowd. He says, "All right, mate, why don't you try that red button on the back?" I was like, "All right, ding," and it came into life, and off I went. I was like,
by which time Bruce had gone.
Yeah. You know, I would have still finished on the podium. I wouldn't have beaten Bruce. Bruce was gone, but that's an amazing bike. It's not everyone's cup of tea, you know. We're talking about zero emission racing, and you know, but it's an amazing piece of kit, you know. And I managed to get one for my bike collection. I've got 46 of my bikes at home. I got my electric bike as well, which was. There's only 2 of them in the world, so that's a nice piece of kit. And I work direct with Mr. Honda, Sashiro Honda's son. He runs the Mugen side, and you know it's a great thing to be involved in.
Do you think realistically, with the likes of Michael Dunlop and Ian Hutchinson now, and the kind of pace they're getting out of the bikes on the island, any more wins will come in the electric class?
I still believe, I really do, I can still beat him on a superbike. I really do. You know, I mean, I think that.
Yeah, look at 2015.
Yeah, I did him in 2015. You know, they'll rope me off. I sometimes like to be against the wall a little bit, and sometimes I need a bit more motivation with certain things. And a lot of people said I was finished, so I just come out fighting in 2015 for that senior win. That's probably my finest hour. But again, 2016, I've got to be careful now. I don't kick Honda in the bollocks. But the bike was, the BMW was a better package, faster in the straight line, and you can only sort of wee with the dick you've got. To be fair, I couldn't do any more than what I had, and I felt like that's why I was so happy on the podium that I was just happy. Them two were having a lover's tiff and argument about all things that were going on, and I was just like, well, I did my best. I don't think anybody could have got that Honda around any faster. The new bike's got more power, so that's all I need, a bit more power, and I can give these youngsters a run for the money. I got the experience and the passion still, so. But you just don't know. Who knows? I mean, Michael, you never know what you're going to get from Michael Dunlop. I mean, he's so natural. He's so determined. He's a real special sort of character. Is Michael Dunlop? Comes from a little place in Ireland and doesn't trust anybody. He just thinks everybody's out to get him, and he's a Dunlop, and they're very different.
But I bet he appreciates what a high regard you held his uncle in.
Yeah, definitely, and his dad. Robert was a fantastic rider, rode the Nortons, and unfortunately, I was right behind Robert when he lost his life at the Northwest, and and then 2 days later, Michael won the 250 race, and it was probably one of the most powerful races I've ever been in, but I was Michael's teammate in 2013. He won 4 TTs that year, and I beat him in the senior, but it was funny, all his gang had got him an outfit that was like a king outfit and a crown and stuff, because they thought he was going to win the senior. And I heard back when he was going to wear this crown and this king outfit, so I was like, no chance, you're not having this one. So just little things like that really motivate me and get me going. So I hammered him in the senior race, and I said, you better stick your crown in the bin. So, but just little things behind the scenes that keep us all motivated.
Finally, you rocked up at Goodwood in September for the Barry Sheen Memorial Trophy race at the Revival and ended up winning it. You kind of really took to that, didn't you? I think it surprised you how much fun it was and how quick those old things are.
Yeah, no, I mean, I've had an invite lots of times, but it's always clashed with other things, and I didn't realise how big and how good and how attention to detail, and and it's a race. The Goodwood Festival speed's great, but you sort of just go up and have a wave and you get to the top, but that's a proper race. It's competitive, and those silly old goats with the old classic bikes, they're still, I rode this long stroke 1953 Manx Norton, and I felt a bit of pressure. We had to win on that thing. We all Fred Walmsley, but fantastic track. I had a superb weekend. I so enjoyed it. I so enjoyed riding the bike. I shared it with a lad called Glenn English. He's probably a bit of a hero, really. I mean, he jumped on the bike and got me a big lead, and I just said thank you, jumped on it and brought the bike to the finish. But I mean, the ball we went to on Saturday night, the bikers were the last ones to get thrown out. It was 4 o'clock in the morning. I was absolutely banjoed, and we were racing at quarter to 12, so it was a little bit delicate before the race. So, that's just the camaraderie, the fun of Goodwood, and it was a fantastic event. I really did enjoy it. I always wanted them cigars and have a ride round afterwards, and wave to the crowd.
You'll do that again, will you?
Yeah, I'll do that again. I think they changed next year, the rules to go backwards and forwards with a slightly later one, so next year it'll be a bit faster pace. So I'm going to ride for old Fred and get myself there again, go and drink as much free champagne as I can get down my neck off that Lord March. Is it Charles March? He puts on some party. So, but yeah, great event, and it's scribbled in the calendar already.
I'll let you go, mate, and soak up more of the show. Great to see you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, John McGuinness.
Thank you.
Thanks, John. We're going to take a short break here on the Autosport stage, but at 2 o'clock, I'll have Jacques Villeneuve, 1997 Formula One World Champion, back on stage. So make sure you're here at 2 o'clock for Jacques Villeneuve. Right, a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your patience. Welcome to the Autosport Central stage here at the show for 2017. Do we have some Formula One fans in the house? Excellent. We are in association with Williams Martini Racing this year, and they've provided this wonderful display featuring 4 of their most iconic cars. One of the cars there, the FW18, was driven, the sister car to that was driven by my next guest in his debut season in Formula One, and he came within a £2.50 oil seal of winning on his debut for Williams in Melbourne. Please welcome 1997 world champion, Jacques Villeneuve. Hello again. Great to see you. It's your first time here, isn't it?
Yes, first time here, first time in Birmingham.
And when we get a Formula One world champion here, it all goes a bit mad. It has
That's good. That's good.
It is good, isn't it?
Because, you know, you have car fans here, race fans, and F1 obviously is the pinnacle. So that's good.
Formula One does have that sort of magic appeal still. Always has, always will.
Yes, because it's extreme. Or through history, if you look at the beginning of racing in Formula One was always the unattainable one, the too expensive one, the too fast one, the too crazy one. You know, the arena with the gladiators, and that's always strikes a fancy in people. And even me growing up, that made it special.
I suppose you had a bit of a head start, didn't you, being a Villeneuve? And you grew up watching your dad being utterly majestic everywhere.
Yes, because I thought that was normal life. Yeah, I thought normal life was, well, racing, that's what everybody does.
There's a wonderful picture of you sitting in the Ferrari 312 T4, I think, 79, with your arms outstretched, holding the wheel. Did you ever imagine back then that you would win more Grand Prix than your dad did and you'd win the title?
I wasn't in that thought process about, because, you know, my dad was my hero and so on. So you, as a kid, you just want your dad to be proud of you. You never think about being better than your dad or emulating and so on. I just knew that I would race cars, and that was it. You know, 5, 6, 8, 10 years old, you're not thinking in terms of race wins, championships, and all that aspect. You're thinking about just being part of F1 and racing, because that's what life is all about.
He wouldn't really necessarily have liked the way the sport has gone, would he? He would have found it. Would he have found it a bit too safe?
No, yeah,
too sterile.
He would hate modern Formula One, obviously, like most drivers of those days, because you got into racing to feel special. You got into racing knowing that you were playing with your life, and if you managed to be on that edge, that would just be a gigantic boost for you. Just felt special. If you could point the finger at your friends and tell them, you see, I could do this, you couldn't. You could play with that. That didn't mean that they were suicidal. It just meant that they enjoyed playing with the limit and pushing it, and that made them feel alive.
Did you find being a Villeneuve helped you when you started out racing in Formula One?
It was a mixture. It helped a lot to open doors. It helped a lot because there was already a big image, and there were people, sponsors, that were wanting to use that image, and in their mind they would use it 1 or 2 years, and that was plenty, and they didn't care whether I was good or bad. But, you know, I can only thank them for that, because then I could put my foot in the door. What it made more difficult is it didn't give me the luxury of learning, like 2 or 3 years to get experience. Most drivers, when you see and you say, oh, that's a new driver, look how quick he is. Well, actually, he's been racing for 3 or 4 years already. Or in my first race, I was judged as if I had done those 3 years of racing. And that made it very, very, very difficult. But at the same time, it forced me to learn quickly. It forced me to learn with pressure, which was the best preparation for later on for IndyCar and for Formula One. And if I wasn't going to be good enough, it was better to find out right away.
When you did Formula Atlantic and IndyCar in the States, did you think that you might be bypassing Formula One, heading to the States first off?
At that point, I was thinking it would be great to make it to F1, but it's possible that the rest of my career will be here in the States. Remember, that's when Nigel Mansell went to IndyCar, where IndyCar was actually starting to become bigger and bigger and bigger, and the viewership was getting super strong until, and I guess that annoyed Bernie, and I think he was very instrumental in then separating IndyCar so that they would have a separate championship, and that's when IndyCar died, because it was starting to damage Formula One. So at that point in time, in the mid-90s, being in the States was quite good, actually. And the cars were super quick. if you just look at the Indy 500, and it was special. So it didn't feel bad, but obviously it would have been disappointing to not have made it to Formula One, because Formula One remains the specialty.
Let's talk about Indy first before we get onto your Formula One debut. That place is magic, isn't it? There's nowhere else like it on Earth.
No, to be running at an average speed of 230 miles an hour in traffic, in a place where you're still allowed to risk your life, basically, because it's marginally safer than 20 years ago. And you have 500,000 people sitting in the grandstands. Back then, it would be an event that lasted 3 weeks. You would build on it, so the energy was incredible. It felt like a big gladiatorial ring from the Roman Empire times. So it was very special, and it is the biggest, most important race in the world. Obviously, an F1 championship is bigger, but as a one singular event, that is the biggest one.
Dario Franchitti was here yesterday. He was saying that it was only when he retired that he really was able to stand on the outside and look in and realize just what a massive deal it is. When you're driving, you're looking through the letterbox opening of your helmet and you're fully focused on what you're doing. You don't perhaps take in the enormity of it.
No, you don't. You don't, because every day of your life has been working towards that direction. The Indy 500, I didn't grow up with it. I grew up with Formula One, so I didn't even really know what it represented. I didn't think about it until I raced in Atlantics, and I saw, oh, wow, there's 500,000 people here. Okay, that's cool. And I still didn't really understand why there was one toilet where they didn't put the door, because on that year, that one driver went to the toilet, didn't close his door, so they decided to keep it like that for the next 40 years, and all that kind of stuff that in America is very important, all the history. The history of why things have happened, and why do you drink milk when you win the Indy 500 is because I don't know which driver in the past was thirsty and asked for a jug of milk. They gave it to him, and it became tradition. And all these little things keep it alive. You know, to get a race where people come almost daily for 3 weeks, that takes a lot. It takes a lot of passion. But when you're in it, okay, it's just a race. A lot of people, great, and it's a good stepping stone to F1. And when you're out of it and you realize, wow, first of all, I survived it, which is good, and then you win it, and you realize that it's still present and alive, and it's still meaningful, even though that win was 22 years ago, and then you start to understand the meaning of what you've accomplished.
It very quickly happened for you in Formula One. You got the Williams drive. Had you been eyeing that up? Once you knew the IndyCar Championship was safe, you started talking to Williams before that?
No, it all happened with winning the Indy 500. That was instrumental in getting me a chance to test, because I guess it showed Frank that psychologically I could handle the pressure. If I could handle that race, then I couldn't handle the pressure. Then, speed-wise, you just have to find out. But the psychological aspect of a driver is very hard to understand, because F1 is such a beast that you could be the best Formula 3 driver, the best GP2, GP3 driver, and in F1 you won't cut it. And there's been many drivers that were heroes, amazing, and they won everything from karting to whatever Formula they did. And the day they made it into F1, useless. And on the contrary, other drivers that were average, somehow in F1 exploded. They became amazing, and that's all the psychological makeup. And the Indy 500 was a good show of that, and I think that's what helped Frank to take the risk on me.
He's a big fan of racers, isn't he? That's the core of what he does and what he believes.
Yes, and that's why I feel lucky that I joined Williams. Not because it was the best car, obviously, that was great, but it was a team that respected the racers. The heart of the team was still racers, and you still see it today. They let their racers race. It was always that, and that gave you a lot of freedom to work with the engineers, to find tricks, to find anything. And racing always came first, and that was the most important thing to me.
And they build things like those two there. You can't not love those, can you?
Oh, they're
cool.
beautiful. You know, the first championship car was gorgeous. It was a masterpiece, and now you look at it and okay, it looks dated, but back in the day, that was. Technology-wise, it's the same as looking at these new modern cars. It was amazing, and And what's crazy is how dangerous those cars were. When you think about how many drivers complain now when there's a tiny little thing happening, they would never have sat in those cars. They would have been in tears. They were, imagine just a sardine can and add wheels to it, and maybe make holes so your feet can come out in the front, and that's what you have, and your elbows are sitting on top of it. So let's put some plastic just so the air flows around you. That's what those cars were.
But it works the other way, doesn't it? I mean, modern drivers would have found those things lethal, and Alan Jones and Carlos Reutemann would have found the current things really dull. I'm not pointing at your car there, sorry.
Yeah,
That's
actually,
still cool.
no, the difficulty they would have had with the modern cars is, back in those days, there isn't a driver that spent 5 minutes in the gym. But because they were all the same, they all got tired in the race, and it was fine. So it was okay. But today in the modern car, if you're not fit, no way, you won't survive till the end of the race. So that would have been the biggest complexity. The other thing is, back in those days, those cars, because I drove my dad's car in Fiorano 4 years ago, the '79 car, and I was amazed at how beautiful it drove, actually, how clean the gearbox was, everything. It actually felt almost like a new car. So they were well built. They were proper, good racing cars. But for everything that was aerodynamics, setting the car up, it was kind of hit and miss. You never had the perfect car. The driver always had to fight and accommodate his driving to the car a little bit, which is not the case anymore. And I think that's what would have surprised these drivers more. And the fact that today, back then there was more respect in between drivers, because they knew they were risking their life. And when they got out of the race, they were happy to all see each other. And sometimes they were angry, obviously, because they crashed into each other. But there wasn't dirty driving. Dirty driving did not exist, because then you probably would risk killing the other driver. So that didn't happen. Nobody braked on the inside. Everybody gave a fair chance, but they were all fighting hard for each centimeter. But it was clean. Where now all you see is zigzagging down the straight line, not even giving an opportunity to overtake it, and it's become video games. So that, I think, that is the biggest change in approach, and you see it even now when you look at the more mature drivers, Alonso, Jensen, all these drivers, even Felipe Massa from Williams, how they just stick to their line, they don't weave down the straight and so on, and then you get to the younger ones, and all they do is, if you were a passenger, you would get sick in a straight line because of the how they cannot even go in a straight line.
When did that start happening? Why did it go wrong?
It started happening with these extremely, extremely safe cars, extremely safe tracks with no boundaries, and extreme rules where we have to regulate everything instead of, because it used to be someone did something dirty to you or blocked you, next lap you would do the same. And if he was really dirty to you, then you would put him in the trees, and that was the end of it. It never happened again. But we all did that. We all knew. And if you by mistake blocked someone on his quali lap, and your next lap was yours, you knew that you would find him in a corner somewhere on the brakes, and that was it. Your lap would be destroyed, and you deserved it. So it was fine. So that was kind of the communication in between driver. It happened, 5 minutes, it's done, and we're all big boys, and that was it. Where now it's become a little bit like, I will say, football. It's red card, yellow card. I got you. I wasn't seen. I wasn't caught. Haha, and that's it. So they all do these things, and they try even to push the marshals into putting a penalty on the other driver. You can hear it a lot on the radio. Oh, he did this to me, when he was actually at fault, hoping that the other one will get penalized, and half of the time it happens, and that's become ridiculous.
Like people diving in football.
Yeah, exactly.
Just pretending.
There's a lot, and that's ridiculous. So all the penalties you get are when a driver makes a mistake, which should not be penalized. Even if they crash together, well, this avoidable accident thing, it's racing. You're supposed to push the limit. You'll make mistakes. But dirty driving does not get penalized, because you're allowed one move and this and that. And it's the most dangerous driving we've ever seen. In the last couple of years, I've never ever seen so much dangerous driving, but it comes from karting, because now kids, they start racing way too young without any concept of what a responsibility is, and having a price to pay for being naughty. So that's general society, the way it's evolved, and you get that from racing from a younger age. And they're so young when they race that they're protected by their dads. So they race, and if they do something wrong, well, daddy's there, so it's okay, I didn't do anything wrong. You got the protection. They get into F1 when they're 17, 18 years old, and same thing, you get the protection. So you never have that feeling that you're on your own, and you'll have to pay a price for your actions. And I think that is kind of having a very negative effect.
So you arrive in Formula One in '96. How do you find the sport in terms of the way you interacted with your rivals? And you'd come out of a sort of what appeared to be a friendly, sort of easygoing series in IndyCar.
It wasn't that much different. Racers were racers. And because I'd come into F1 after winning something big, there was already some form of respect. There was always a big question mark, but I think getting pole in Australia then calmed everyone, and from then on, the respect was there, and it was never an issue. So I don't think I was ever seen in the paddock as this young pup that needed to learn everything. And also I respected the establishment always, being my teammate Damon or the drivers that deserved to be there, had worked hard to be there, had been there for a while. I would fight them hard, but there was always this respect towards them. Of course, I wanted to show them I was better than them, but not in a nasty way, not in a dirty way. So then the respect was reciprocated.
You were right on the pace straight away. How did you...
Actually, I wasn't.
Pole in your first race and almost winning it.
But if you look at the
first, isn't it?
The first 4 races, Damon was generally a second a lap faster in quali until I got my first win in the Nürburgring, and that kind of helped because I was still in an IndyCar mentality, where now F1 is a little bit like that, but back then only in IndyCar you had safety cars, so there was no point in building a lead. There was no point in driving like a madman and build a 40-second lead because you would lose it with a safety car anyway. So you just drove as fast enough, and I still had that mindset a little bit, and it took me. I had to analyze Damon a lot to make that step.
You did. You started winning at the Nürburgring, and you pulled some epic moves around the outside of Schumacher at Estoril. Was one of the greatest passes in F1 history.
Yeah, that was fun. That was good. That was really fun, and the IndyCar experience was very helpful because of the oval racing, and that last corner in Estoril was similar to an oval, a little bit of banking, the wall right next to it, and then I knew that there was a way to surprise a driver on the outside. I didn't expect it to be Michael. I expected it to be maybe on a back marker on a much slower car. So, but all winter, we spent a month testing there, all winter, a month and a half. So I had time to look at that corner and to really analyze it. And I told my engineers at the time, I said, listen, in the race, I will overtake someone on the outside, just like on the oval. And it became a joke. So they were pushing me to do it and so on. So it became a joke. And they were wanting to know which lap so they can come and pick up the pieces and so on. So and then when I did it, I don't think they believed it. And the chances of it working were very, very slim, and it worked. But had I not been on ovals before, then I probably would not even have seen the opportunity to do it when it was there, and I would have done it wrong and crashed.
Michael was miffed, wasn't he, about that?
He was, because he wasn't used to having someone get the better of him. Never, ever in his career. And it made him look small. And for your ego, there's nothing worse for a driver. To be overtaken, fine. But to be overtaken on the outside, that hurts, even outside of braking. And to be overtaken on the outside through a corner, that's the worst thing that can ever happen to you. I'm happy it didn't happen to me because I would have felt like him.
So you came close to the championship in '96. Did that give you extra motivation going into '97? Damon had gone. You were de facto number one.
Yes, I always knew '97 would be my season, and '96 was the one where I would learn what it meant to fight with your teammate or someone else in F1 with the pressure and so on until the last race. I had a chance to win it in '96, but it didn't matter as much as '97 because I knew that was Damon's year. He deserved it with all he had put into F1 and into his career. So I was happy to see him win. Even though I was unhappy to not win it, I was happy to see him win. But what gave me the extra boost was when Williams signed Frenzen and announced him as the next champion. And in Williams' mind, he was the one that was, because when he was teammate with Schumacher in endurance racing, he was faster than Schumacher. So in the team's mind, he was the next champion, and that's the mistake they made, because that really made me mean towards my teammate. And the goal at that point was to destroy him, to make sure that the whole, because the car was already designed for me because of 96 anyway, so I had a little bit of an advantage there, and then I had to make sure it stayed like this through the evolution of the season, and I had to make sure that I kept the team on my side, and for that, what I had to do was to destroy my teammate.
Sadly, we've only got 5 minutes left because you are a busy man. Talk us through Jerez 97 again, 20 years on.
Oh, that's it was electrifying the whole weekend. The energy, it was mad, but the energy was so strong and positive. It's the best sleep I had at a racetrack was that Saturday night. So the stress of the championship didn't actually have a negative effect. It just focused me, and I slept like a little baby. So that was amazing. I woke up refreshed. We had a million plans in our head, strategies, and none of them happened in the race. And the good thing is my teammate, Frenzen, really disliked Michael, so that he would be helping me more than he would be helping. So he preferred helping his teammate, which was good. And at the end of the day, what is good is the battle happening between Michael and myself, without anyone else in the middle. And halfway through the race, I was quicker than Michael. I was better on my tires also, but that's one of the hardest track to overtake. So I knew it would be tough. There was the back straight, one braking when I was always braking a lot later than him. The way the car was set up, the braking was amazing in that corner. I could brake 20 meters later than him, which was crazy. And in the last pit stop, he pitted 2 laps before me. I knew I would have 2 laps of fresh tire to try and overtake him, and that was my only chance. So on the second lap, I came out of the high-speed corner faster than the other laps, going a little bit in the grass, taking a risk, and just in the braking zone, I was a meter or 2 closer to him, so I just dived. I went for it. It was a little bit of a gamble because I braked later than any other lap, and I knew that I would be next to him at the moment where it would almost be turning in time. But the key was to surprise him so that he wouldn't see me coming in his mirrors, because we know from the past that he was very good at looking in his mirrors and those kind of situations and closing the door. And I did surprise him, so he missed his action, basically. He did try to take me off, but he did it wrong, and I have to thank him because he went off and I ended up winning, so that was very lucky.
And you were Formula One world champion. Awesome.
Yes, and it's something that, it's in me every day, so it doesn't even feel like a memory, which is great.
Williams has got another young, hungry Canadian in the team for 2017. How do you think he'll go, Lance Stroll?
It's hard to say right now. All the dice are in the right place. He's been super quick in all his different formulas. Now some will say, it's because he had the best car, he had the money and so on, but so did his teammates. So he's made the most of a good situation, which is great. Money doesn't buy talent, so you can have money, but you still need the talent. And he seemed to have the right head for it. The little bit I saw, because I knew him as a kid before he was actually racing, but the little bit I've seen last year talking with him, first of all, he's very educated, and that's a big help. And he wants to prove that he'll be good through work and through his talent, and not because he has money, and that the money was there just to open the door. So his attitude, and he seems to be very, very in love, passionate about racing and pushing the limit and what racing is all about, and not about the jet set of it. And
it's very Williams, actually.
Sorry?
Very Williams.
Yeah, it's very Williams. So he could be a happy, good surprise.
Okay. I've got to let you go. You have a busy schedule. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you very much indeed for joining us at the show.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jacques Villeneuve.
Thank you.
We're going to be sticking with Formula One. We're going to be sticking with Williams. In a moment, Williams' Deputy Team Principal, Claire Williams, will be on stage. Right, this weekend, ladies and gentlemen, we are surrounding ourselves with all things Williams. This wonderful Williams Martini Racing tribute to 40 years of everybody's favourite Formula One team. Here to talk a little bit more about it and the plans for 2017, of course, Deputy Team Principal Claire Williams.
How are you? Thank you. Are we sitting? Oh, it's a stool.
It should. There you go.
No one ever thinks about girls in skirts when they put stools around the place.
Everybody loves Williams. I think
Well,
this
it's
sort
nice of you to say that.
But
Thank
they
you.
do.
It's nice
They
to
do.
hear.
It's true. This sort of thing corroborates what we already knew. Everybody loves Williams. I don't see any other teams here doing this,
Are they not? I haven't
No.
had the time to wander around
or
yet,
even
but
thinking about doing this.
No, this is it's obviously our second year at the Autosport show, and it's something that we started last year and really loved. We love doing it so much, and one of the kind of ethos, I think we've always been a team that likes to be close to our fans, but it's really a philosophy that we're really trying to engage with. We know so many of you go to great lengths to love our sport and to be the fans that you are, and we're really appreciative of that. And so for us to come here, it's so important for us because it does enable us to get closer to you guys, but for you to get closer to us, which I know the Formula One paddock doesn't necessarily offer the opportunity to do. So this is a great opportunity for us, and we love being here. The guys in my marketing team look forward to coming here. They plan for it months and months in advance, and I hope you agree that they do a really good job. So I'm really proud that we have this opportunity, and obviously this year is a special one for us because it's our 40th anniversary. So it's great to be able to showcase all our old cars, old and new.
It's sort of a flashback, really, to a time when your father started in Formula One, where it was much more accessible, approachable, and it was about racing. It was before the big money took over and the big politics took over.
Yeah, I think Williams is still all about racing. That's why we're in this sport. We're not here to sell drinks. We're not here to sell road cars. We are here because of really one man's dream that he had from a very young age. He fell in love with cars from about the age of 6 and just always wanted to be around them, and that's what he's ended up doing. And to this day, he still looks like a little boy whenever he goes to a race or sees a driver coming into the factory or goes down to the race bay. And that's why we're here at Williams, and it's to go racing because we love to do that, and that's because Frank loves to do it. And so everyone at Williams is there because of, I think, Frank's love for the sport, and they share that love. It's for no other reason than because they want to see Williams doing well. And so, you know, as much as Formula One is, you know, it's a very different business to what it was when Frank first started, but I think the general DNA is still there, and that's something that at Williams we feel very protective of, and as a team we want to protect and make sure endures into the future.
Yeah, long may that continue. How much of a role does he play? You have regular meetings with him, I guess. He's still the front man. He's still head honcho. But he gets you to do the daily running, but you are behind the scenes, keeping him very close on what's going on.
Yeah, if anyone knows my dad, they know that Frank will never, ever give up his team. He loves it. He said before that Formula One is oxygen. It's what fixes you. And for Frank, it really is. Dad isn't going anywhere, and I don't think anyone at Grove, but I don't think any Formula One fan would want to see Frank going anywhere. He has no plans to retire, and that's so important for us because he is the heart of our operation. Yes, I may have taken over day-to-day operations, but my office is right next door to him, and nothing gets done without Frank's agreement and Frank's involvement, and that's so important for us as a culture that Frank is there. I wish that he was going to be there forever.
Would you say that his passion is so all-consuming that it's helped him to face his disabilities for so many years?
Yeah, for sure. It was actually 30 years last year since Dad's been in a wheelchair, and that's an extraordinary achievement in itself. But I believe that we've been lucky enough to have Dad around for so long because Formula One has kept him going, and he's been very lucky to have Formula One, that it is his medicine. And but it hasn't stopped him doing anything that he's wanted to do, and all he wanted to do rather than going into rehab after his accident was to get back to the factory. That for him was going to help him get through this awful traumatic injury that he had. But genuinely on a day-to-day basis, he doesn't think about being in a wheelchair. He says, as long as I can use my brain, that's all I need and in order to run this team. And I think everyone will admit he's done a fantastic job doing that. How many world championships have we won since 1986, all done by a man in a wheelchair, which is a phenomenal achievement.
And he'd love to see title winners from Alan Jones, Nigel Mansell, Damon Hill, wouldn't he, on show like this?
Yeah, he loves, as anyone would, the glory days of Williams. And really, you know, when Alan joined the team, that was one of Frank's big breaks. And so, you know, Alan still hangs around. He's in the paddock. He's a steward. He comes and visits us. The same with Nigel. The same with Damon. And they're such a part of Williams's fabric. And I'm so proud that they still feel that they're part of the Williams family. That's very much a culture that we engender at Williams. And it's so important for us as a team that we have those relationships. And, you know, particularly for Frank. And I think it says a lot about the relationships that Frank had with his drivers, that they're still friends despite what went on or the stories that you may read in the media. But, you know, Frank just loves a racing driver. They're what he lives for. His eyes light up, even at his age, having seen so many come through the doors of Williams. You know, there's something magic about them for Frank, and it's lovely to still see.
It's great to have Jacques here a moment ago, talking very sort of passionately about Williams. It's 20 years since he won the championship. I mean, I know I don't want to rub it in, but that's your most recent World Championship. That will annoy Frank, won't it?
Yeah, deeply. I think it annoys everybody at Williams, not just Frank. And when you do think about the number, it's 20 years. It seems extraordinary that we haven't won for that long. It's not through lack of hard work. It's not through lack of trying. But like you said earlier, Formula One is a very different business, and we are fighting very tough competition, and we just have to do better. No one wants to see Williams languishing in fifth. Obviously, we had a great couple of years in 14 and 15. And I wish almost now we'd appreciated them all, because to get back to finishing third in the championship is going to be a challenge for us, and to win is going to be a challenge. But that's what we're here to do. We aren't here to languish in fifth, finish 15th, 16th, 10th, 8th. That's not what we're about. And we always put the plans in place to try and evolve as a team, to identify our weaknesses and to make sure that we aren't leaving the grass to grow underneath our feet, because we aren't going to achieve our ambitions. And we want to win in Formula One again. And I will, and the rest of the team will keep fighting until we win races again and we win a world championship.
Worth remembering also that you are operating on a fraction of the budget of the likes of Mercedes, Ferrari and Red Bull.
Yeah, we are, but I don't necessarily think it's an excuse, and certainly not one that we would hide behind at Williams and go, well, you know, we've only got a third of the budget. And, you know, the proof is in the pudding. At Williams, we won championships, our 16 world championships, against teams that had bigger budgets with us in the 80s and 90s. So it's not an excuse. It's about making your budgets work for you, work in a harder way and in a more efficient way, and then you can win. And if we don't have the budgets, why don't we have the budgets? What aren't we doing on the commercial side of the team to make sure that we do have the budgets? Anything that we're not achieving from a financial perspective is our responsibility. We can't go around saying, well, they've got more money, so of course they're going to do a better job.
Yeah, and you're well qualified to say that, because you spent so many times in the commercial arm of Williams, didn't you?
Yeah, it's still a big part of my remit, making sure that we have the budget to go racing every year. But it's getting harder and harder to secure those sponsorship dollars. There's so much more competition now for marketing spend. But we have a great proposition at Williams. We're very lucky. We're an independent team still, run by the team principal that set up the team. We're a listed business, which gives us financial transparency. So there are so many feathers to our cap when we go out and sell. We are a team that people take seriously when we're around the table pitching to them, but it's still a very difficult landscape out there at the moment for us.
Quick recap of 2016, a bit of a blip compared with 14-15. What do you put that down to?
I hope it's a blip. It needs to be a blip. I am always opposed to airing our dirty laundry in public, and it's a team effort at Williams, and we have areas of weaknesses that we know where they are, and I'm sure to any F1 aficionado, you know where our weaknesses are probably as much as we do. And as I said, Formula One is a constantly evolving beast. We're going to make improvements, and that's what the latter part of change moving into this year. But as everyone knows, as much as Formula One is a high-paced business, it takes time to affect the change. So this year may not, or the first half of it, may not deliver a huge change, but we are working on it, and we believe the latter half and then going into 18 and 19 will be where our success probably reappears.
There are some inevitable structural changes within the technical team at Williams. What can you tell us about that ahead of the 2017 season?
Yes, obviously Pat left the team at the end of last year, which I'm sure everyone is aware of now. Pat was a fantastic technical director for us, and one that, we were very lucky to have enticed Pat to come and join us in 2013, and was a great orchestrator of the success that we've had over the past 3 years. But things come to an end, as they do sometimes in Formula One, and what we're doing now is regrouping. Everyone's extremely busy, as you can imagine, with car build at the moment, and getting this new car to the test track in February. So everyone is just working through everything that they need to do, while we as a board work out what the next step in that is. And unfortunately, I can't sit here and tell you. But again, I go back to, we're a team with serious ambitions, and we want a serious CTO, technical director, whatever label you want to put on them, to come in and build on the great work that Pat did, restructuring the engineering side of Williams, and take us back to where we want to be.
Could you possibly promote from within?
That's obviously an aim that you always want to be able to achieve, and that's the process that we're going through at the moment. We have some great talent within Williams. We're so lucky. The level, the caliber of engineers that we have, that all work so hard, they give so much of themselves, they make so many sacrifices to deliver for this team. So again, it's something that we're working through, and we'll be in a position to make an announcement shortly.
What about drivers? These guys want to know what. I was sceptical, but
it's going to be then maybe who's going to be in our second cockpit next year. As soon as Nico made his ball was going to come from Toto, I know that he's admired, and I think many people do admire Valtteri's. And really, for us, it was, and we stood in his way, and team have to do the right thing by the 650, put in the best structure that supports that change moving forward. So I can't say it was T's, I get that in the T's and dotting the I's at the moment with all the...
A little bit of a word about Mercedes. You have an engine supply from Mercedes. Does that have a bearing on the decisions that are made? Can Mercedes wield power over you?
No, they can't. I think people mistake this quite regularly, that just because we're a customer of Mercedes, then, Toto picks up the phone to me and I go, all right then. Anyone that knows me knows that I don't just go, all right then, when someone phones me up if they want something. It has to be to the benefit of Williams if we're ever going to agree to anything. But equally, we're a customer of Mercedes. We aren't a junior team. We aren't a B team to them or a sister team. We are a customer. We pay for our engines. We pay on time for our engines, and therefore they don't have any rights to come to us and say, you need to release this driver for us now. It has to be in our best interest, and we are entitled to make the decision that we want to. And there is no negative outcome if we don't. If we decided not to release Valtteri, then Mercedes would be fine, no problem. Thank you for thinking about it.
Okay, yeah, makes sense. Quick word about Dare to be Different. Fantastic initiative started by Susie Wolff, your former test driver. You're heavily involved in that, aren't you? Just explain what's involved.
Yeah, it is. It's a great initiative. And obviously, Susie spent a lot of time with the team, and it was wonderful to have her around. And she was a genuine trailblazer in this sport. She did so much to raise the profile of females in motorsport and Formula One. And when she decided to hang up her racing boots, she wanted to do something to give back. I think she'd had a lot given to her, and she wanted to try and promote more females to come into our sport. So many more have come in over the short time that, not that I've been in Williams, but probably over the past 5 years. And not just in the traditional female roles of marketing and administrative functions, but engineers. We have now so many more female engineers at Williams. It's great to see. But initiatives like Dare to be Different are encouraging girls from a very young age to take an interest in motorsport. And I've been to some of these events, and they cater to the 6 to 10-year-olds, and they get to go and experience different disciplines of Formula One, whether that be journalism, bit of karting, pit stop challenges, engineering challenges. And a lot of the girls come there at the start of the day, and they probably don't really know why they're there. I think it's probably more appropriate their brothers are there. By the end of it, they all want to work in motorsport across different areas that they've enjoyed throughout that day. And I think that is such an important initiative to try and get more women into this sport that has been so male dominated. I don't want to stand here and be on my soapbox, because it's about, for me, individual talent. But when we're looking at a skill shortage in Formula One at the moment and not having enough great engineers come up, you can't just dismiss one side of the gender population because they're females. Females have as much to offer in motorsport, in Formula One, as men do. It's about the individual talent. And if we're to have a sport that survives through the next generation and the next, then we need to have more women coming up into Formula One.
And that's also borne out by the Autosport Williams Young Engineer of the Future, which was won by Elizabeth in year one.
Yep.
How's she getting on?
She's doing great. She is fantastic. And again, another trailblazer. She's a great example and a great inspiration as to what can be achieved if you work hard and put your mind to it. What she's done in the short time that she has been at Williams is fantastic, but also she is a role model for young girls that want to come up, and that's one of the most important things, is to have role models in those kinds of jobs, not just, say, minor minutiae positions, but women in engineering, those disciplines, the aerodynamics, because if younger girls see that girls are already working in our sport in those jobs, then there's no reason they can say to themselves, well, I can't do it because there are no other girls there. If they see other girls doing it, then that will inspire them to come up and do it themselves.
Absolutely. Always good to talk to you. Many thanks
Thank you.
indeed. We wish you the very best for 2017. I hope it's Nigel Mansell, by the way.
Do you know, actually, yeah, I'm sorry, it's not. I did ask.
Oh, yeah, very good. Yeah.
When we were thinking about it, and we were having a bit of a joke, and we said, you know what, maybe, good lineup, Juan Pablo Montoya and Nigel Mansell, wouldn't that be great?
Can you
Why
imagine
not?
that? How cool would that be?
My
Yeah.
ideal driver lineup. You never know, maybe one day.
Carlos Reutemann's board of politics.
There you go.
Yeah. Alan Jones is an old friend. Yeah.
I should have put these
I've just
people
given
on
you
my
a bigger,
list,
given you a
shouldn't I?
bigger problem now, haven't I? Yeah. Claire, many thanks.
Thank you very much for having me.
Ladies and
Thank
gentlemen,
you,
Claire
everybody.
Williams.
Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. We're sticking with Williams and we're sticking with Formula One. I'm going to have senior Williams engineer Rob Smedley to hopefully give away a few secrets here on the Autosport stage in a moment. Good afternoon once again, folks. Welcome to the Autosport Central Stage. One guest to go here for Autosport International 2017. One of the senior engineers in Formula One, been with Williams a good few years, here to hopefully divulge a few secrets, if I ask nicely. Please welcome Rob Smedley.
Hi, Henry.
How are you doing? Have a seat over there. Welcome to you if you are still joining us on the live stream on autosport.com, on motorsport.com and motor1.com. Our final interview of the afternoon with Rob Smedley. Good to see you, Rob.
And you?
Are you this time of year, are your sort of excitement levels starting to creep up?
Yep, definitely. You know, it's the time of year when there's still so much unknown, you know, and I think when you've got major regulation changes like we've got now, there's even more unknowns. So going into that, when you're an eternal optimist like me, it just feels...
He's a Middlesbrough fan.
You've got to be an eternal optimist.
You're in the Premier League, aren't you?
We are in the Premier League. Don't sound surprised.
I'm not. I'm just...
7 years
I know
rated.
nothing about football.
Well, I'll tell all the audience then, because they'll all be interested. We 0-0 yesterday at Vicarage Road, so it's a point. We're 16th at the minute, 4 points above the relegation zone. Well, you should cheer now.
I'm going to Stamford Bridge next weekend to see Chelsea play Hull, which will be 75-0, won't it?
I hope so, yeah, because Hull are in the relegation zone. I hope there's no Hull fans here. Yeah, but I mean, it is. It's a really exciting time of year. You know, when we're getting the new car ready. You know, we're all flat out. You know, and you put your head up every now and again, and you just think, wow, what a great job. You know, we've got. And then, you know, you get that next layer of excitement when you get to Barcelona for the winter tests and actually start running the car and dealing with all the problems and trying to maximise the performance. And then, you know, finally you get to Australia and it's just great. You know, it's just really, really exciting.
Did the regulation change announcement come soon enough for you to really sit down and start properly analysing what needed to be done?
Yeah, definitely. You know, it was pretty much tied up by the end of the year, the end of 2015, the start of 2016. And I think that give us enough time to really have a good think about the regulations. You know, with the aerodynamic testing regulations, which basically tell you limit the amount of aerodynamic testing that you can do anyway. The teams always had to make a decision, so it wasn't as if, you know, as soon as the regulations were finalised, we could start working on the car. You know, there was a period of whatever the teams chose, you know, whether or not they chose to concentrate on the 2016 car to make sure that finished as high up the championship as possible, or whether or not they switched resource very early on and started to work in the wind tunnel on the 2017 car. I think we were one of the earlier teams, and we did that. You know, that strategy was wholly around trying to maximise next year, and perhaps giving up a little bit of 2016.
Is Williams a big enough team to have an entirely separate crew of guys working on 17 while still running 16? Is there some crossover?
Yeah, there's got to be some crossover anyway, and I don't think that even if you had 2,000 people, you know, some of the bigger teams or the biggest teams are reaching, you know, around about 1,000 people now. But even if you had 2,000 people, I don't think you could have two entirely separate crews. There's got to be that cross-pollination and germination of ideas between the two. And to some extent, the cars have to be, you know, the current car has to be the parent of the next year's car. So, you know, I think that we've probably got a reasonable balance in how much resource we can put on next year's car while still concentrating on this year's car.
You've got to run a car at races when it's all complete and it's built. Do you get involved at the very beginning to understand the engineering process during the build? You're watching it being built and you're thinking, well, I know that at Monaco we'll be able to do that to that, and at Spa we'll be able to do this to that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm you know, involved from the design development, the performance aspect of the car from the very outset. You know, so we sit down and we decide what this car's going to try and deliver in terms of performance. You know, it's not always possible to hit those performance targets, but at least we're setting the right targets and we're setting them objectively. You know, via you know, analysis methods, you know, of what our competitors are doing, of where our car's weak. So, you know, I get involved at that very initial stage and where we set targets, and then I'll kind of follow the key parts of development through and make decisions, you know, along the way as well. Or help to make, you know, the decisions depending on where the department is. And at the same time, you know, as you say, you know, I've got there's a principal responsibility of mine, which is actually running the car at the track. But having that historical knowledge of, you know, from the birth of the car, from the original birth of the car to when it actually becomes a real thing, you know, a living and breathing thing, it's good. It's a good process.
Let's just quickly recap on 16. Compared with 14 and 15, you finished third in the championship, punching above your weight, big time, both years. Which areas do you think let you down in 16?
Well, principally the car wasn't quick enough. You know, it just wasn't fast enough. I think that, and we shouldn't blame one area for that. You know, it'd be very, very wrong to point the finger, because it's so easy in F1 to say, oh, well, it's all tyres or it's all aerodynamics or something. But, you know, none of us at Williams, we've got a good, you know, strength in depth with the technical team that we've got there. And it's really up to us to look at that objectively. And I think when we did look objectively, we've done that and we've gone through a whole process, and that's been a really, really cathartic key, you know, procedure in us getting, you know, from where we are now and where we need to get to. And I think we understood that there was quite a few areas where the car wasn't quick enough. You know, it wasn't just one area. You know, aerodynamically, we probably hadn't developed the car as quickly as we should have done. We hadn't done a bad job aerodynamically. We hadn't done the best job. We weren't as good as Mercedes, let's say. But there was other areas. You know, there was areas of where we're trying to generate mechanical grip, where we're trying to, you know, elongate the tyre life, or be able to, you know, make it easy for the drivers to be able to manage the tyres, drivability of the car. You know, there was lots of key areas where we realised that we needed to up our game.
Clean sheet of paper for 17. Well, where do you start? I mean, you're keeping the same engine. The tyres are bigger. The wings are different. I guess the architecture of the car stays the same, doesn't it?
Fundamentally, yeah. Fundamentally, the architecture stays the same. But what you've got to understand is that these cars are going to go a lot quicker. You know, where we had corners previously, those corners now become straights, or, you know, in the sense of the word for us as engineers, they're straights because they're what's called power limited. In the driver, he just keeps his foot flat to the floor and he goes around and when you think about that, all of that, because you're trying to minimize slip, minimize tire wear, you're trying to minimize local tire heating. So you really have
the trade-off between downforce and drag, depending on where you are.
And the trade-off between downforce and drag. Now, and all of that is going to put the drag up, you know, that also, but the drag's going to go up, and then so your drag targets go up as well. You know, the target at which you're developing the car, and the downforce goes up significantly.
Does it present a different set of challenges for you as an engineer, having a car that's 5 seconds a lap quicker? Sort of changes all your data, doesn't it? Does your data become obsolete?
It doesn't become obsolete, but it becomes much less of a reference than it was in past years. In past years, you know, as we've developed the car, as we've introduced a new car, you know, as you said, you know, your speed trace would still be very relevant. Well, if you look at speed trace around Barcelona now, we've probably lost one, perhaps even two corners. Certainly by the time we get there to go racing, when people have developed their cars over that 2 month period.
Yeah, uphill turn 3, just flat.
Uphill turn 3, probably you're going to have to lift in the middle of turn 2, or, you know, braking into turn 1, lift a little bit in the turn 2, and then you'll be flat around turn 3. Turn 9 could very well be flat. You know, the one at the top of the hill, I can't remember the name. They've all got fancy names, haven't they? You know, and yeah, so it does become less relevant, but it still is relevant, especially, you know, let's say when you get into the third sector in Barcelona, which is all low-speed corners, it becomes much more relevant there, you know, and we were able to see how the balance of the car is, how the handling of the car is, and that's still really important.
Not going to press you on drivers. That's going to be by Claire, and she's now, apparently.
I'd be happy with that.
Thanks to me. After Formula 3, he's got a lot to learn, hasn't he?
He has. There's no doubt about it, and, you know, we are working with him. We're working very, very closely with him. It's been an ongoing project since it was announced that he would be one of our official drivers. And, you know, there's a lot for him to learn, as you say. You know, there's an incredible the gulf between Formula 1 and anything else is in motor racing is just immense. It's huge, and it's huge for people like me, for engineers. It's huge for the mechanics, and it's especially huge for the drivers. And to bridge that gap in knowledge that you have when you come into Formula One, and to do it as quickly as possible, in order that you can get up to speed and get on with the job at hand is no mean feat. But we're working with Lance. We're doing the best we can in the shortest possible time frame, and hopefully when we get to Australia, he will be reasonably well prepared.
He's a bright kid, isn't he? The lights are on. He was up here yesterday and seemed well up for it.
Yeah, he is. I mean, that helps when you got somebody who's intelligent and empathetic with the task at hand. When somebody of his young years who has that level of intelligence, that he can understand that it's not going to be a cakewalk, then I think that helps. Somebody who's absolutely willing to learn and just say, okay, well, I've got to be a sponge here, and you've got to just teach me everything that you know, in order that when I get to Australia, and get into that first practice session, that things are not so much second nature, because it will take some time to become second nature, but certainly not taking all of his mental capacity just to deal with the minutiae of F1 weekends. But yeah, definitely his intelligence, his engagement with us, it helps a lot.
And with all being well, he'll have done 1 million miles in the sim, won't he? So he'll know which way Albo's.
Yeah, it's part and parcel of being a modern Grand Prix. You do mileage on yourself, good for the driver, because it helps them understand the corners go, and the new level as well.
You do lots of 4 days Barcelona.
The teams aren't good. I don't think people are going to be sandbagging. Why would you do that? Why would you not go get down to a fuel level and an engine mode, let's say, that give you 90% of what you're going to have in quali? Perhaps people won't put that final 10% in, or final 20%, what it is, but sandbagging's possibly a little bit strong, to be honest. I mean, it means that you're not well prepared. It means that you get to Australia not having done all your homework, and that is probably a silly thing to do.
Quick final word about engineering of the future. That's something that you're working quite closely on, and the Williams Autosport Young Engineer of the Future is a big deal. It's important, isn't it, that we find the next Rob Smedleys and co from kids. Yeah, imagine that. It's important, isn't it? We've got to find the clever guys.
Yeah,
in
absolutely.
schools and colleges.
Absolutely. I think it's absolutely important, because if you look at where championships, the Drivers' World Championship, it's very clearly is the Drivers' World Championship. It's well-engineered cars. You need very good engineers to break into. There's no real process at some level in a Formula One team, and start working their way up from there. And so schemes like the Autosport Young Engineer of the Year is really, really important. It's a competitive scheme. It's a really good initiative, and it gets a lot of young people, the brightest graduates from really good universities. It gets them involved. It gives them a chance to make their dream come true. But not only their dream come true, to make our dream come true, because we're getting really good engineers through the door. And once that starts coming on board, and starts coming to fruition, we're going to just end up with, there's going to be this stream of really good, talented engineers coming through, which is just great. It's great for the industry, and more importantly, it's great for Williams.
You've had 2 on the books so far from the end of 15 and 16. How are they getting on?
So the first, our first incumbent, Lizzie, she's working in the design office. She's doing a really good job there. And she's going to move around the business. We're not fixed on exactly where she has to go. It will be within the technical department, obviously. But we're going to move around. I'd like to see her a little bit down in race ops, and looking at how the actual, how to exploit the performance of the car, and in other areas of the technical team as well. And then, we've just announced at the awards ceremony, Sam, and he's going to do, he's going to be starting with us in August, and that's, another key asset for us. And we just have, as I said before, we just need to get more and more. Once this scheme starts to come to, and it's going to be a couple of years, it's going to start working with the youngest, brightest engineers who are just good for the business.
Good stuff. Thank you, Rob. Always a pleasure.
Thank you.
Have a great season. We wish the team best, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, Rob Smedley.
Thanks, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Rob National for 2017. Thanks for your company.com. We look forward to seeing you again next year and have a great sport. Thank you very much. Good evening.